To Wrestling Days, and welcome to Wrestling Days Live. We are live for WWE Raw, very exciting to be live for this week's Raw. Of course, this is the go-home show for WrestleMania, the go-home show for WrestleMania 36. We are still finishing tidying up a few things with the stream. But we are up and we are streaming, so hope everyone is well, hope everyone is okay. There's lots of information that we need to go through. We need to talk about the fact that WrestleMania this weekend is obviously going to be 2 days. So we need to talk about the fact that it's 2 days long. We know what time it's going to be starting as well, so that we've got a good idea about that. And it starts at 7 Eastern. The pre-show starts at 6 Eastern. We will start at 5 Eastern. So, we've got a good idea now of how it's going to look. And actually, it's shorter than what I was expecting. That's a good thing. Looks like WrestleMania is going to be just over 3 hours on Saturday, 3 hours on Sunday, and then you've got a 1 hour pre-show each day as well. So 4 hours each day is very pleasant, very, very pleasant. So I'm very pleased about that. It's going to make it very manageable as well. But we're actually going to start an hour before the pre-show. We normally start an hour before the shows. We normally start an hour before Raw. We normally start an hour before SmackDown and before NXT. So we're going to start an hour before the pre-show as well. So we are going to be around for quite a bit, even though WrestleMania isn't the longest. We're still going to be doing a good 5 hours on Saturday and a good 5 hours on Sunday as well. AEW have just announced the new title, have they? I will try and jump onto Twitter to see if I can find that. I'm just finishing up a few things. A new TNT title. Okay. There used to be a TNT belt. We actually saw the TNT title being defended on an NWA show the other week. The old belt looked awful. It just had TNT written in big letters across the front. A new TNT title. I suppose, they need a mid-card title, don't they? So, I'm down for it. Let's have a look. Let's see what the design will turn out as. I'm guessing they haven't actually shown us the belt yet. But as I said, when I get a chance, I will jump up and or jump over and have a look. I'm just putting the final touches to this. I've just sent the tweet out. I'm just putting it onto the homepage as well, and then I will go through the chat. Boom, done, and done. Right. Let me cancel that off. Let me jump over here. Hello. How long will Raw last? Raw lasts 3 hours, so we always start an hour before. We was a little bit late starting today because literally, and I was trying to explain this on the other stream that didn't have sound, but literally 2 minutes before I was about to start streaming, I just accidentally knocked my laptop. And amazingly, I'm still using my old laptop. I've got a new laptop. I bought one a while ago, but I've not needed it. This has been absolutely fine. But the problem is, if you knock it, that's it. It all shuts down. So it all shut down literally minutes before the stream. So I've just had to reset everything up. I thought I had done it. Started streaming, and then people were saying there was a bit of lag, and then people were saying there was no sound. And when I looked into it, for some reason it had reset all of the settings as well. So not only had my computer reset, but all the settings on the streaming software had reset. So the only thing I could do was literally cancel that stream, put in the settings again, reset it all up, reset up a new stream. It's been a nightmare. The past 15-20 minutes has been a disaster. But it's one of those things. All I did was just accidentally knock the computer. Maybe I should look now at starting to use that other one. But as I said, this one's been absolutely fine. I've just not needed to set up the other laptop yet, so I don't know. Maybe this is where we are now. I need to set the other one up. Jason Peace, shout out to you, buddy. Kato, shout out to Kato. John Moxley, shout out to John Moxley as well. There was someone else that wanted a shout out. It was Mr. Wrestling Games. Shout out to Mr. Wrestling Games and Mr. Wrestling Games' brother, Dennis. So shout out to those guys as well. So yeah, in case you missed that news earlier, because I was doing things whilst I was talking, WrestleMania is going to start at 7 Eastern. You can see I've put the information at the top of the screen. So WrestleMania starts at 7 Eastern. It runs for 3 hours, so it'll finish at 10 Eastern. The pre-show will start at 6 Eastern, and we're going to start 5 Eastern. So we're going to start 2 hours before WrestleMania, an hour before the kickoff show. So if you are watching this and you're not subscribed to the channel, we're actually sneaking up. We're quite close to 179. We're about 200, about 250 away. We won't get there today, but we could get there. Should hopefully get there well before WrestleMania. So if you are watching and you're not subscribed, we're here for Raw. We're back tomorrow for NWA. We're back on Wednesday for NXT and AEW. Thursday, it looks like we'll be doing a watch-along. I still need to put the poll up for what WrestleMania that's going to be, so I will put that up at some point. If I can get it up at some point today, that's what she said, then I'll try and do that. But yeah, I do still need to do that. It's on my to-do list. And so that's Thursday. Friday, SmackDown. Saturday, Sunday, WrestleMania. Monday, Raw. It's never ending. It's never ending. So, right. I said I was going to have a look at this AEW title, didn't I? Let me have a look and see if I can find that. Boom, boom, boom. I can see there's quite a few people joining us. Shout out to all of you. So, yeah, if you've not heard the news, AEW apparently just announced a brand new title, but I don't think there's any no. AEW is introducing a new TNT championship to the promotion. The initial champion will be determined in a tournament starting next month. But yeah, of course, no images of any new belts or anything yet. We knew there was some information coming because Cody had actually said that he was going to announce something today, and a mid-card title is kind of what I was expecting. He said it wasn't the video game. I think they know that people really want the video game, so he actually said there will be an announcement. It's not the video game, but it is something you've all been asking for. And I had a look to see what people were saying. And I would say a good 80% thought it would be a mid-card title. But then you had other people saying, like, is it trading cards? Is it Funko Pops? And actually, Funko Pops, Funko were in the chat. I think they just posted a couple of eyes emoji, as if to say, we're watching this. We're all over this. And that got people very excited. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are some Funkos that are in the works. There's definitely a video game coming. They're such big gamers, Kenny in particular, that I should imagine it's the first thing he requested was that they start work on a video game. So when it comes to AEW, I think that's really cool that they've got a mid-card title coming. TNT Championship makes sense because obviously they're going to be on that network for a long time. It is a championship that's been around before, but man, that belt needs to look a lot better than it used to. So, Jason, peace. Shout out to you. Michael Reed says Days WrestleMania won't be at the Performance Center. At Full Sail, then, I'm guessing. I think they've said it's coming from a few locations, isn't it? Days, 2 new WrestleMania matches are going to be made this week, says Swamp Manor. Man, there's so much going on. Please shout me out. E for Epic. Shout out to you, buddy. Willow's Minecraft and more says, Wrestling Days, what is your destiny? Yes. Daze, who do you think the best wrestler is in your opinion? We were talking about this the other day. I think you've got to look over at New Japan. I think you've got to be looking at the likes of Takahashi and Ospreay, and I think you've got to be looking over in that direction for the best wrestler today. I don't think you can say that really anyone in WWE is the best wrestler because they're not really allowed to express themselves. I don't think there's anyone on the main roster that's fulfilling their potential, which sounds really bad, but I genuinely think that's where we are. Of course, coronavirus and all that is really not helping. No crowds are really not helping, but look at Ricochet. Look at Ricochet. I mean, Ricochet's not even on the WrestleMania card at the moment. It's a disgrace. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see, what happens once we get back to crowded arenas, and because this is a really good opportunity for them to hit refresh. There's a lot of people on Twitter saying this is a really good opportunity for them to have a bit of an off season, something that they've never done, because we know that they've got all the shows taped till WrestleMania. They've got WrestleMania recorded. They've got the post WrestleMania shows recorded. So there's an awful lot that they've got already taped, but after that they've not got anything recorded because Orlando is in lockdown. So we don't know what is going to be aired in a couple of weeks' time. Don't know. I don't know if they're going to try and record anything in the headquarters. I don't know if they've gone to a different venue. The news on all of that is quite quiet. So, kind of watch this space. But there's every chance that they run best-ofs. There's every chance that Raw and SmackDown are just going to have to be compilation shows or something. So, yeah, watch this space. That's what we're saying. If it is an off-season, then that will give them a real opportunity to just stop, pause, think about what they want to do, and hopefully come back with a bit of a stronger product, because I don't think the build for this WrestleMania has been very good at all. Again, I'm not going to criticize them for that because this is very difficult circumstances. I mean, how are you meant to build a WrestleMania with everything that's going on? I mean, they're trying to build a WrestleMania, and then you've got things like, Roman not being able to compete, and potentially The Miz is out, and question marks around Daniel Bryan, Rey Mysterio missing out, Dana Brooke announced for a match, and then she has to miss out because she's self-isolating, so let's just pretend we never announced her in the first place. There's lots of things like that happening, it's messing everything up. So if you go online and see people talking about WrestleMania, you'll see most people are saying that they're intrigued, but they're not very excited. I think it's going to be a great show. I really do. I think it's going to be a great show because I think everyone's going into it with really low expectations. I think everyone's going into it expecting it to be like SmackDown and Raw, and the messages coming out of WWE are don't expect it to be like SmackDown and Raw. I mean, we already know we're getting a Funhouse match. We already know we're getting a Boneyard match. We already know it's going to be stuffed full of legends. I'm sure there's going to be at least one surprise. I'm sure they're going to have something up their sleeve. Let's wait and see. I understand. I'm in the same boat. I'm concerned, but I'm very, very intrigued. I keep saying it, and I'll keep saying it till I'm blue in the face. This will be a WrestleMania we will never, ever forget. We all have WrestleManias that we go back to. We all have WrestleManias that we think about when we think of our favourites or iconic WrestleManias. I would put this WrestleMania up there with Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. When it comes to those kind of big images where Hogan and Andre are face to face, that's like a key wrestling image. I think there'll be an image like that from this WrestleMania, even if it's just the empty seats. Even if it is just a shot, a moment where there is no crowd or whatever it might be, this will go down as one of the most iconic WrestleManias of all time because we may never see this again. They are working on the coronavirus vaccine, which means that if we get another outbreak in the future, we should be able to deal with it a lot better than what we've been able to deal with it this time. So it doesn't mean, or it could mean, that next year will be completely different. We might never ever be in this situation again. We were never in this situation before. No one can remember anything like this before. So yeah, I really think it's going to be that iconic. So you just can't miss it. You just cannot miss it. And there's no excuses to miss it either. It's this weekend, first 2-day WrestleMania. They've given us exactly what we wanted, which is a lovely amount of time for both days. It's not going to be like 5-6 hours each day. Obviously, the stream, we're going to stream for that length of time, but that's only because like people like to come and go as they're, check in, see what's happening, pop out again, get something to eat, come back for the show. So yeah, we'll probably save, well, I think I'll still do predictions as a separate thing, but we'll be going through a lot of predictions, breaking news, looking at anything that's been spoken about that day, or just give us an opportunity to do that. Then we've got the pre-show. Then we've got WrestleMania. So yeah, stacked weekend, an absolutely stacked weekend, and a stacked show tonight as well, because apparently we got Brock Lesnar, Undertaker, AJ Styles, Edge, Becky Lynch, Shayna Baszler. Like, apparently we've got a lot of people on tonight's show. So, yeah, looking forward to this. Go-home shows are normally awful, and this one has got real potential to be awful. But I just don't know. I don't know what to expect. A go-home show for WrestleMania is normally a bit different, a bit special. Go-home shows for other pay-per-views are normally awful, but with this, honestly, who knows? Who knows? This could be like an amazing show that is, recorded around the same time as WrestleMania, and they've put loads of effort into this, and they know this is like their main advert for WrestleMania, so they put a lot of effort into it. Or we could end up watching the Women's Royal Rumble. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to give us. We're going to have to wait and see. XDX47X says, Days, how are you doing, buddy? I'm not doing well. Oh, why? Why are you not well, bud? Let me know. I'll keep an eye out for your comment, but let me know. Sorry to hear that you're not well. I hope everyone out there is doing okay. I mean, it's hard to be doing amazing under the circumstances. I think we're all going a little bit stir crazy. My sleep's messed up as well. My sleep is, and I don't even know why, because all I do is stay indoors. So it's got nothing to do with like self-isolating. For some reason, my sleep's just completely messed up. I fall asleep, I get a couple of hours, and then I wake up, and then I'm awake for like 4 or 5 hours, and then I feel tired again because I've only had a couple of hours sleep. So then I'll have a sleep for an hour, but then I'll wake up again, and then I'll be like, okay, and it's just, I just cannot get like a good chunk of sleep at the moment. So shout out if you're in that boat as well. I feel you. I'm kind of, and I don't know why I'm going through it. I don't know why. The XDX47X friendship hug. Lot of love for you in the chat, my friend. Lot of love for you in the chat. Days, I just sent the WrestleMania stage on Twitter. What? It's leaked. The WrestleMania stage has leaked. Let me have a look. Is this real? I'd be surprised if it's leaked. That looks fake to me. That looks fake. I don't buy that. That's real. Crude guy, stop spamming. There you go. You've just been shouted at. Hit the like button. What do you think? Do you think it was WrestleMania 32? Do you think that WrestleMania 32 would put you to sleep? Do you know what? It was actually a better show than I thought. We watched it yesterday, and I'm not a big fan of WrestleMania 32 for reasons that I've gone over before. Nothing disastrous. Just kind of felt like the people that I wanted to win didn't really win, and I wasn't a massive fan of Roman being in the main event, and the Shane Undertaker stipulation at the time was silly. League of Nations wasn't really a great thing, and I didn't think the Rock segment was that great. I mean, it led to like a 7-second match with Rowan, and I don't know. There was just I can see like it was all right. It was all right, but it's not one of my favorites. But I watched it and it was all right, you know. I think once you know what's going to happen and you go into it, again, this is what I'm saying. You go into it with low expectations. I went into that yesterday like, I really don't like this WrestleMania. And I was watching it. I came out of it. I was like, that's all right, you know. That's all right. So I've really enjoyed our kind of like Sunday night recaps. We did WrestleMania 30 the week before. And we are going to do one on Thursday. Again, I need to put that poll up, but man, there's just not the time. This was not the week to have technical difficulties, let's put it that way. Insiders Wrestling Podcast say, huge week. Excited to see Mania. Absolutely. That is... I can't believe it's here. It doesn't feel like it's Mania weekend. It's just absolutely snuck up out of nowhere. So, Sunny Wolf says, days I'm the same. I've not been able to sleep properly for 2 days. Yeah. William saying my routine is trash. I kind of got the feeling that as I was saying it, I wasn't alone. Because you can just kind of see people's comments on Twitter and everything. So, absolutely shout out to you if you are suffering and struggling with sleep patterns and things like that, because that I think is something that will be affecting people right now, because if you aren't going to work at the moment, for example, or you're not going to school, or you're falling out of your routine, then I think it's a big challenge. It's a real big challenge. Like, but I've got no excuse. I don't know why I've fallen out of a routine. I'm still in the same routine. So I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I for whatever reason, I just cannot seem to get a good chunk of time to do anything. Because I'll get, as I said, 4 or 5 hours. But within that time, I might have to, like, walk the dog. Because we've started taking her back out for walks again. And because she'd had surgery and blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, she's going back out for walks and things. And, but, yeah, by the time I've done that or sat down, looked at Twitter or whatever, then I'm already starting to feel a bit tired because I've only had an hour or whatever. So, madness. But yes, if you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure you hit that subscribe. Make sure that that you join us, because we're here every day. Every single day. And if I've said it once, I've said it a million times. If we get any kind of technical problems like we did today, just know I am moving mountains to get them fixed. I will get them fixed. If I have to unpack the other laptop, set it up from scratch, just so that I can get streaming, it will happen. So, yeah, literally today was my fault. I knocked the screen, and it shut everything down. XDX47X, I love that name. I can't say it now without rapping. XDX47X says, Days, the reason why I'm not well is because the family who had COVID-19 passed away this morning, but I'm keeping my hopes up whilst I go through this time. I'm sorry to hear that, but is that a family member, is it, of yours, or is it a family that you knew, or that's rough, man. There's nothing you can say, is there? We try to, carry on so that people have got distractions, if you will, from the everything that's going on in the world around. So yeah, man, shout out to you. There's literally nothing I can say, but I mean, yeah, just keep carrying on. That's all you can do, isn't it? Keep doing what you're doing, keep self-isolating, keep following the rules, keep trying to help others by not going out and making things worse, and you can only focus on what you can do. So shout out to you, buddy. Absolutely. I know I speak for the chat when I say thoughts are with you at this time. Jody Gilly says, hope you liked Abby's window. Shout out to you, Jody. Sean Reset says, Jody Gilly's the Abbey window was awesome. Sunny Wolf says, my sleep schedule has been messing with how I sleep. I haven't been able to do some art. It's been affecting me mentally. Yeah, look, just know you're not alone. And that's the big thing. I didn't want to I wasn't planning on going down this conversation, but I think it's really, really important to say this. You are not alone. It can feel like you are alone right now because of the whole self-isolating. Certainly, I don't know where America is in regards to lockdown, to be honest. But here in the UK, we've been in lockdown for about a week, and I feel fine because I'm used to this. This is what I do. I stream at night, sleep in the morning. Don't really go out. I mean, rarely. So this doesn't really feel that much different for me. But you just see it on TV, you see it on the news, you see it in social media. People that are used to going out all the time and now stuck indoors are struggling with it. So you're not alone. This is why I genuinely love doing these streams, because it gives me an opportunity to speak to people, you know. Right, hang on. Did I miss a super chat? I think, or did I? Jody, shout out to you, Jody. XDX47X. Lot of love your way as well, bud. You never walk alone, says Charlie. Yes. Ada says, thank you, Wrestling Days fan. School is boring. Shout out to Wrestling Days fan. XDX47X. It was a family member of mine, but I'm keeping my hopes up through this difficult time. Thanks for all the support. You are truly great. There's no words to that, buddy. There's no words to that. So there's no words. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing I can say that's gonna help. There's nothing I can say that's gonna help. But just it's rough. It's rough. Just know you're not alone. Try and stay positive, you know, because I'm sure that family member wouldn't want you getting down. And we're all in this together, man. This is what I'm saying. You're not alone. We're absolutely all having to fight this fight together. It's what makes me so angry when you see people that are still going out and still putting, you know, that don't care about this, spreading it around and all of that. So thoughts are with you, dude. Thoughts are with you. All right, hang on. Let's try and go through. Carlos Perez, if you could win a title, past or present, what one would it be? That's a good question. I think I would like to win... oh, man, that's a really good question. Probably WWE Championship, because I do regard that as the one that I grew up with. I mean, I genuinely love the NWA Championship because that started everything. You can kind of trace that all the way back to the very first title. Technically, I think the NWA one started in the 1940s, and it was out of that came the WWE Championship. So the NWA Championship is kind of the GOAT. But I grew up with WWE. When I was a kid, it was WWE that I was watching, so I'd probably have to go with Winged Eagle, to be honest. But let me know. What championship bout do you wish you could win? Great question, my friend. Anthony Manzano says, what wrestlers, male and female, would you see move to a front office or creative writing room when they retire from performing? Great question. I think, disappointingly, that it doesn't matter who's in creative. I don't think it makes any difference. I think that you might get some influence, but you're not going to get a great deal. I think you might be able to say, I want New Day to face the Usos, yeah? And you could probably get that through. But actually, how the story progresses, what the payoff looks like, is always going to be overruled by Vince McMahon. So whilst Vince is around, I think you can, I could sit here and say, right, I want to do Undertaker, Aleister Black, okay? I'm sure if I was on the creative team, I could get that match to happen, right? So I could get that match. But there's no way that I'm going to get a say as to what the match looks like, or how the match finishes, or who's going to win, or what the long-term story is going to be. I could have it planned that Aleister Black wins clean, and that's going to propel him then to the main event scene. He's then going to go after whoever the champ is. All of that could be overwritten by Vince. The end result might be Undertaker wins. Undertaker, do you know what I mean? So this is what I'm saying. You might be able to influence things. You might be able to get certain things through, certain matches that you want. But the key parts, which is going to be who wins and the long-term stories, are always in Vince's hands. So it's pointless me saying I'd love to see this guy or that guy or this guy go to creative, because I just don't think it'd make a difference. I really don't think it would make a difference. I feel like R-Truth is someone that I would like to see working behind the scenes, even if it's Performance Center, because I really feel like they struggle with comedy. There's not many wrestlers that can do comedy. That's not a knock on them, because obviously they're focused on working out and putting on good in-ring matches. They're focused on their promos. And a lot of them just don't naturally... Do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of them naturally are like, I'm better than you, I'm going to beat you up, blah, 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 blah. Not many of them have got that kind of voice in their head that tells them to make it funny or go down a comedy road, or... Do you know what I mean? It's very specialist. It just seems like there's not many that can do it. I think Big E can. Big E, I think, is very funny. I think Miz and Morrison, definitely try. Questionable as to whether you find them funny or not, but I think they definitely try. I think the Miz in particular has had some great moments. I think Fandango, Tyler Breeze had a lot of fun with Breezango, but for me, I mean, look who the standout has been over the past 12 months. I would say R-Truth. I think what R-Truth is able to do with just silly little things like turning up what was the show? Was it? I can't remember what the show was. Like Royal Rumble, and saying like it's brilliant to be here at WrestleMania, and they were like, this isn't WrestleMania. It's like, well, why have you just shown all the graphics or the and it was because it was WrestleMania's coming kind of a thing. So that all that kind of stuff, I feel like it's easy to teach, but there's no one seemingly doing it. So R-Truth because of that reason. Right, I think I'm missing out here. Hang on, let me go all the way back up. So, shout out to you, Anthony. R-Truth was my answer. I suppose the other one would be someone like Asuka, because I think that what she is doing is really, for the first time, she is a foreign performer that is being given promo time. I mean, before Asuka, what female came from Japan or came from Mexico that had promo time? I can't think of one. I can't think of anyone like that. She is being a trailblazer right now, and she's not really getting the credit for it. They put her on commentary. That's how much people love Asuka. They put her on commentary, and she's not speaking English. She's speaking like just the odd word, but she's so engaging. I feel like she can teach not only in ring, but also she can teach like how to do those promos. Vape Ross Vape says XDX47X. We are with you with your loss. God bless. Yes, I second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh that comment. Shout out to XDX47X and brilliant words from Vape Ross Vape. And I can see a lot of people in the chat as well saying the same. AEW Master says, Days, I just looked. We've got a good Raw tonight. Yeah, no matches. It's why we've not really been talking too much about Raw. There's no matches to tell you about. So I can't go through what matches we're going to be seeing. But we should still have a very good Raw. There's lots of talk about The Undertaker and things along those lines. So let's wait and see. Winged Eagle, baby! Yes, Moda says, I'd like to win the Winged Eagle. An internet championship, says Swamp Manor. That's interesting. Do you know, I suppose in a way I'm a little bit surprised that AEW didn't go for an internet championship, but it is what it is. Right, Vape Ross Vape, shout out to you. Moda alert. Shout out to Human Detox for the following question, because he and I are thinking alike. Could the KOW, Court of Wyndham, reflect or be the 7 deadly sins? I got to tell you, right, there was a tweet that I got. When did I get this tweet? I even took a screenshot of it. I got it around about 12 hours ago. And credit where it's due, it's the first one that I saw of someone saying this. So I want to make sure that I'm giving proper shout-outs here. So this was Mike Lister. So Mike Lister, around about 12 hours ago, hit me up on Twitter, and I'm sure there's people saying similar that have been in touch with similar. But this is what he said, right? He says, "Hey, Days, I know a lot has been made about hurt and heal. What if that new image that we did a video on, you might have seen Bray tweeted out that picture, seemed to be some kind of a boar or a warthog or something along those lines, right? What if that is Huskus's hurt personality? So you know how, like, the Fiend is, like, Bray's darkness? What if all of the puppets have got a darkness? So, I really like this. Hurt personality. It's particularly as it's a boar. So a boar is kind of like a wild pig, isn't it? In many ways. And obviously it's got like big teeth and everything. It kind of looks like an angry pig. So if Huskus is like this chilled, eats lots of food kind of creature, then maybe this is like the darker side of Huskus. I really do like this theory. I hope they all feature in the Firefly Funhouse at WrestleMania. I can't wait for that match. That was Mike Lister around about 12 hours ago. I then had a conversation with Jody Gilly, on Twitter that was very interesting, because she was saying, like, what if that's true, right? And what if it's going to be Bray, so it's not going to be a separate person? What if Huskus... Because if you think about it, Huskus is Bray. Bray was told that he was out of shape by Vince. So... you might remember in that Funhouse episode before, like, Vince came in and said, "You're fired." And before he could say "you're fired," Bray was like, "Hang on, let's do the Muscle Man dance and get into shape." So Huskus reflects Bray. So it would make sense that this dark side of Huskus would live within Bray as well. We already know, and I was going to do a separate video on this, but I'm kind of talking about it now. But we already know that Abby lives within Bray. We saw Abby in Bray during his feud with Finn Balor. Do you remember when he dressed up as Abigail? We didn't get as far as to actually seeing her in an arena, but we certainly saw it on screen. So we know that Abigail lived within Bray. Why can't the darker side of Huskus live within Bray as well? So a kind of, just slowly piecing a few things together, you kind of go, that's an interesting theory. That's an interesting theory. What? So interesting that I was thinking of doing a video on it, which I still might do, but there we go. You've had the heads up. You've had the heads up. And if it's not that, then maybe it is the puppeteers or something, I would like that. I would love it if, like, you've got Huskus being, like, someone's controlling Huskus puppet, but then from behind emerges the puppeteer and he's in that boar mask. Because could you imagine then they could do the same with Mercy, they could do the same with Ramblin' Rabbit, they could all be like darker, kind of the darker side of the puppets. So yeah, there's a lot of theories kind of going around at the moment with the Cult of Wyndham stuff, and I'm really excited to see, what it is. I feel like Mania, that Funhouse match, it's sure to give us something. Right, let's go down. But please tell my cats to stop fighting. Will do. Jody says we have the best chats. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It was really good stuff. And as you said, Jody, it was out of that kind of theory started to evolve. And I was like, man, there might be something in this. Gaming in real time. Here is $2 again. I hope you are doing well. Let me in. Shout out to you, buddy. Shout out to you. Is Randy Orton there tonight? I don't know, but I think so, because has he accepted? Did he accept last week the Last Man Standing match? Can't remember. I think he did, didn't he? I think he is. Hey everyone, CM Punk is working out. It needs something like that. I think it needs something like that tonight. Again, we've spoken a little bit at the start of this stream about how people aren't, like, losing their minds about WrestleMania so far this year because of everything that's gone on and the build not being quite where it needed to be. But I just feel like if they were to give us CM Punk, do you imagine if, like, right at the end of this show, right at the end, someone's talking in the ring and then CM Punk's music hits. He doesn't come out, just the music hits and, like, people are looking around. Little text box at the bottom that you normally get, Worldwide Entertainment, copyright 2020, all that. Little text box at the bottom. And then that's it. Boom. Show ends. People would freak. I would freak. So, but I feel like it needs something like that, It needs something to be trending on social media. That's what they need tonight. I'm not sure they'll get it. But really, I think they've got a trend. They've got to get, like, some big... They need to make a statement. Something big has got to happen. We've kind of been robbed of big things happening during the build. I mean, like, we had the Edge return at the Royal Rumble, which came nice and early. Outside of that, I can't remember anything else that's been big that's happened. I mean, other than the fact that Roman's out. But... I don't know. They haven't even announced that yet, But I feel like they need something big. Would the darker side of Huskus be muscular? Says Chalmers. Maybe. That's a good shout, Chalmers. Maybe. Will you do... Hello, Kerry. Will you do a Mania prediction video? Yes, I will. And I was kind of toying with the idea of maybe even doing it after Raw tonight, depending on what happens on Raw. Obviously, if there's big things we need to talk about, maybe do videos on, then I would try and focus on doing that. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Jody says, if you do the video, I want a shout out in it. Yeah, deal. Jack, shout out to you. Says, who should host WrestleMania next year? Undertaker, Goldberg, or Stone Cold Steve Austin? Who should host WrestleMania next year? I don't know. But I don't know if it needs a host. I can't say that any of the hosting has been brilliant. Even when the New Day did it, I didn't think they had that many segments. No, I can't even remember anything they did that was that great, other than announcing the return of the Hardy Boys. Do you remember they came out first and they were like, there's going to be another team, but who is it? Who, and all that. And then the music hit. So that was cool. But they could have had anyone. They could have had Charlie Caruso come out and do that, or Renee Young come out and do that. I don't know if that needed a host, So I'd probably have no one, to be honest. Michael Reed says, Days, what is Gordon Ramsay's favourite show? It's effing Raw. Shout out to you, Michael. Vegan, hello, buddy. Wrestlers should have a degree of control over their own matches, rather than every move choreographed for them. Zack Sabre Jr. is the best at the moment. Bray would work well behind the scenes. Some random thoughts. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to KJ Carter. Moda says, so would we see the softer side of Mercy? Since he's already savage, yes. Days and Jody, I'm going to start putting some thoughts together about Bray soon. Yes, if you was to go down that road, then it would be the opposite, yes. So you would have an angry, muscular, wild boar character for Huskus, which you could argue that's what we've seen. That's kind of what the image looked like. In regards to Mercy, then yeah, it'd be a bit more, less aggressive. Would be nicer in many ways. Mercy is already his dark side in many ways. He's already ripping Ramblin' Rabbit apart at every chance he gets. So, yeah, the other side would probably be softer. I'm not sure what the other side of Abby would be. But we have seen Abby within Bray, so I don't know. I kind of feel like there's something there. I feel like it's just a theory. But I like the fact that it definitely fits the image that we've seen. So, I don't know. Let's wait and see. Hopefully we find out this weekend. Days, you should host WrestleMania 37. No, I'd be awful. I'd be awful, and I don't like hosts, as I said. Even if I was doing it, I'd hate myself. Gaming in Real Time says, imagine if AEW invaded Raw, SmackDown, and NXT. Be cool, but I don't think we'll ever see it. Brian Burnham says, Days, have you seen Asuka's YouTube channel? It's good. Shout out to you, Brian. Hope you're well, my friend. I have seen a few videos. I'm a big Asuka fan, but to be honest, I don't really keep up with her YouTube channel. So, like, she does, like, really crazy stuff on there, which is the kind of stuff that I think I'd enjoy watching. But I don't know if it's necessarily essential viewing, but I think that's probably the charm. Like, you know, I think, doesn't she go out and buy, like, noodle making machines and things like that, you know? So, it's the kind of content that I think I'd enjoy. I'd sit down and I'd enjoy. But, no, I'd be lying if I was to say that I watched it. I mean, I've seen a few of the videos. I saw one where she bought a gaming chair, which I think was near the start of her channel. And that one where I'm sure it was a noodle making machine. Yeah, she's crazy. She's absolutely crazy. But that's why I love her. Would you like celebrities to host Raw again? I feel like Raw could do... I feel like aspects of Raw were definitely improving in 2020. I think this is what I'm saying about... You could see that Paul Heyman's influence was coming through, but I'm not sure that Paul Heyman could ever really fully book a Raw episode. So, it's, you know, difficult. I just think it's difficult. Until Vince moves out the way completely, until Vince just completely steps aside, and I don't know why he doesn't do it. Why doesn't he step aside for a month? Just step aside for a month. Just don't even go to the... You don't need to be there. You've got enough employees, enough people that know what they're doing. Just step aside for a month. Let's have a look and see what stories come out. Let's see what the reaction looks like. Let's have a look and see what the ratings do. Just let Paul Heyman give it a go, because I sense that he's definitely got a few influences, but not enough to make the change that's needed. Daniel Brochu, shout out to you, says Ciampa versus Gargano. Who do you expect to win, and who will go to the main roster? If Ciampa can get Goldie back, I want to see him chase the WWE title next. I think Ciampa is going to leave, because Johnny has said he does not want to. I mean, they can, of course, if they want him to, I think they're going to make him. But if he goes, then Candice is surely going to go as well. I think it's easier to move Ciampa. I think Ciampa would be a little more open. I think both of them have come out and said they're not interested. So, I think it's going to be difficult. I don't think either are going to want to go, and I think there's going to have to be a difficult conversation. But maybe because of Candice, it's easier to move Tommaso. Raw's starting. Yes, Raw is starting. Blake Thomas, shout out to you. Lana's got a YouTube channel. I don't know if she's got a YouTube channel. She might do. I know she's got a TikTok. I don't have a TikTok. Yeah, I know she's got one of those. Before I forget as well, don't forget the Adam Rotella interview after this stream. We will be over there. I'm a big fan of Mr. Rotella. So, yeah, we'll be jumping over and checking out that interview. That's on the Insiders Wrestling Podcast. Ben Russell says, Days, what match do you think Raw will replay tonight? Possibly an Undertaker match. Maybe Undertaker Lesnar from WrestleMania 30. I think they've already done that one. We've already seen Undertaker Brock. So I don't think they'll do that. Sadly, I think there could be a replay. I'm not sure what match. It wouldn't surprise me, actually, if it's not the main event of last year. Maybe they do Becky versus Ronda versus Charlotte, you know, because that way they can get over Charlotte. They can get over Becky. Obviously, they can get over the fact that Shayna Baszler's got a relationship with Ronda Rousey as well. So, and plus, it was such a historic moment, the women main event in WrestleMania. Maybe that. But that's just a guess. Right, we're just having a look at a recap. We've just got a video package at the moment of the dead man, The Undertaker. What are your thoughts on Andrade's replacement? I'm not going to talk about it because it's not been announced. So, yeah, I don't mind talking about the fact that Roman's not going to be at WrestleMania or Andrade's not going to be competing, but I don't want to talk about replacements because the story might be that, you know, at WrestleMania we find out who the replacements are. We're just watching The Undertaker beating up Gallows and Anderson. Samoa Joe's got a channel with 2 videos. Charlie talking about the AEW title. Yes, saw that, bud. Days, is Rhea on Raw? I would expect so. They haven't really announced who we're going to see, to be honest. Days, perhaps you should put a little picture of Holidead behind you. I would rather not. I'm trying to social distance myself from Holidead. Days, did you see Drew training in the Scottish Highlands? I did. I thought it was an excellent video. I thought it was brilliant. Exactly the kind of thing that WWE should be doing at this time of year. If you've not seen it, Drew in the Highlands. I don't know who the guy is. There's some old man with him. Some old man that's like training him. Some old Scottish guy. He looks like he's the keeper of Loch Ness or something. But yeah, it was a brilliant video. As I said, exactly the kind of thing they should be doing. Days, if Ciampa and Cole leave, who should challenge the Velveteen Dream? Maybe Balor. Yeah, maybe Balor. I think there's a few that are coming through. Right, we are about to get started. Undertaker. AJ Styles. He's got his bandana. He's got his leathers on. Here we go. For such a small man, you got a big mouth. This is good to have an Undertaker promo. This is good. You thought by dropping some pipe bombs you'd get under my skin? He looks awesome. This is a promo. Backstage. No lights. Smoke. You was content to be a big fish in a little pond? This is great. He's talking about Mick Foley, Eddie Guerrero, Booker T, Edge. You didn't think you could hang with all of those? You waited for them to all be gone? Except for me. What a promo. I've got far more matches behind me than in front of me. This is brilliant. I get it. He called him Alan, which is his real name. His name is Alan Neil Jones. He says she does the Styles Clash better than you, the Faith Breaker. Michelle getting a mention. You'll pay that price in a boneyard. That was your idea. This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Shout out to Jules the King. This is the go home, yeah. I'll make you famous. Bring those 2 ass clowns. Virginia Brunette, shout out to you, my friend. You will feel the pain. You will get hurt. And you will suffer. This is like Taken. I will find you. And I will kill you. You will rest in peace. Ooh, AJ Styles. Tombstone behind him. Rest in peace. 1977, 2020. Nice. What a promo. One of the best promos of 2020. No doubt. No doubt. I didn't even know The Undertaker still had that ability. Every time he comes down to the ring, he's like, I'm digging holes and taking souls and blah, blah, blah. Right? It's the same old regurgitated stuff. That is one of the best Undertaker promos I've heard in years. It was so personal. He called him Alan. He told him to bring his ass clowns. He said that he was a big fish in a small pond, talking about TNA, talking about the fact he wouldn't come to WWE when Foley was there, when Michaels was there, when The Rock was there, when Stone Cold was there. You waited for them all to go, except for me. Well, I'm going to make you famous. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. 10 out of 10 promo. Faultless. It wasn't in the ring as well. It was backstage. Had all the smoke. Like the way it was shot, I felt like he was talking to me. I was kind of sitting there like, yes, Mr. Taker. Yes, Mr. Taker. No, Mr. Taker. 3 bags for Mr. Taker. Do you know what I mean? The way he was like staring at the camera. Whoa! It was fire! It was absolute fire. That was brilliant. Brilliant. Right, they're telling us things that are happening. And I'm missing it all. Something like Kevin Owens and Street Profits taking on Seth Rollins, Andrade, and Angel Garza. That's all tonight. Earlier today, Becky Lynch is still driving around Orlando in a truck. She loves it, doesn't she? I mean, that thing cannot be brilliant for fuel consumption. I should imagine that, she could get a much better vehicle than that. That must be a nightmare. Well, she's turned up again in it. She's definitely trying to get her money's worth out of that. At what point do you think she turned around to Seth Rollins and said, I'm going to buy a truck. Sorry, what? I'm going to buy a truck. And I'm going to have the man and my face put on the side. What? Have you lost your mind? How much is that costing? It's around about $100,000. What? Yep. And that's just the truck. It's going to cost another $100,000 to have my face put on it. What? Here we go. Look, there's the... well, I don't know if you can see it in America, but we've got it here in the UK. Drew McIntyre pulling a tractor, picking up a boulder. He's got a whole tug-of-war team against him. Brock Lesnar, Drew McIntyre, BT Sport box office. I hate Becky more and more, says Young Astro. TNA AJ Styles, Becky Brigade, says Zach. Hang on, I will Twitter it. Goldberg versus Triple H. You have to do that in Seth's voice. I don't think I can do Seth's voice, to be honest. What are you getting bought a check for? How much is that going to cost? That's my Seth impression. Dan the Money Treaty. Dan the Money Treaty. Shout out to you, buddy. Doing Dan the Money Treaty kind of things. I'm going to drop the thank you onto... I mean, I've given up now, telling you to not bother. The Money Tree T. There we go. Dan the Money Tree T. Dan T says, days keep staying well. I'm always happy to support. Thank you for the stream as always. Looking forward to this interesting and unique WrestleMania. That was a great Undertaker promo. It just got personal. Dan T, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you so much for the support. You know that it's greatly appreciated. You know that I don't want you to do it, but yet you always keep doing it. So I've added you a little thank you to the little ticker at the bottom. So shout out to you, Dan, the Money Tree T. It's absolutely my pleasure to be here with you guys. Coaster Maniac says, I'm already blown away. That was a surprising start to Raw. Coaster Maniacs, I agree. I completely agree. I thought it was brilliant. 10 out of 10. I can't put it over enough. I just think it's not often that you get to hear The Undertaker speak, and when you do, it's normally generic Undertaker promo 1.0. That was not generic Undertaker promo 1.0. That was very personal, had some great lines in it, talked about, well, we've gone through what it talked about, but for the reasons that I've already mentioned, just brilliant, just absolutely brilliant. Days Johnny said he'd go to Raw if he had to. Okay. I think if it is Johnny, I agree with, and the chat made this point ages ago. If Johnny goes, Candice goes. They don't like to have people that are in relationships on separate brands. So just something to be aware of. If Johnny ends up getting called up, fully expect to see Candice go as well. She's ready. She's not won the NXT title, but then, neither did Braun. Braun completely skipped NXT, so, I mean, granted, she is a little bit different to Braun Strowman, but still, you get my point. Becky Lynch is here. Becky the Trucker Lynch. Becky promo. Probably going to cut a promo on the entrance stage. Man, this has been a good Raw so far. We're 14 minutes in. I am loving it. Raw just peaked with that promo. It's going to be downhill from here, says Beaver Cleavage. Killian Dane and Nikki Cross. Yeah, have you seen they've been trying to do the koala challenge? That's where, someone tries to climb up and over, down the back, and then through your legs. They try to kind of go round your body without touching the floor. They've tried 3 times and failed. So it's quite interesting watching them do that. I'd have thought they'd been brilliant, because Killian Dane's huge. Nikki Cross is small. She's like a koala. So I would have thought they would have been the perfect couple for it. Or Alexa Bliss and Braun Strowman. I'd imagine they'd be great at it as well. Right, it is a Becky Lynch promo. Let's see what's being said. The man has come around, says Andrew Johnson. When the man comes around. So, a little mention for last year's WrestleMania main event. Again, if you are watching and you're not subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe. We're here every day now. Every single day. I can see we've actually jumped up 50 subscribers already, which is absolutely mind-blowing. So, we are 200 away now from getting to 179. So, that'd be great. We're desperately trying to get to that 200,000. Obviously, we're a long, long way from that, but every little helps. So, shout out to everyone that has subscribed. Really appreciate it. And are we getting that match that I said? I think we might be getting the match that I said we might be getting. This was cool seeing Joan Jett. Joan Jett is an absolute legend. Absolute legend. Ronda Rousey's entrance with Joan Jett playing her out. Bad reputation. Becky, will you just truck off? I think Daisy's going to hit 200,000 by Halloween. And here's Ronda. Look, smile on her. I miss Ronda. I was a big Ronda fan. I thought she brought real legitimacy. I thought she looked like a badass. I thought she acted like a badass. Brilliant. Honestly, there's no women's main event at WrestleMania if Ronda wasn't in the picture. Don't tell me we're getting this match. I think we're getting this match. In fact, I'm at the point now where I'm even writing it in. Becky versus Ronda versus Woo Woman. Woo Woman. Woo! And I don't give a damn about my bad reputation. We're going to be robbed of that, aren't we? I can't see any bands playing anyone out this year. Unless you're just going to have, like, say, Vince standing there playing the YouTube video of... That'd be cool. That'd be awesome. Could you imagine, like when Bray comes out, he just goes on, gets Code Orange playing the Bray theme song, and he just stands there with his phone playing them. Like, maybe he holds it up to the camera. That'd be awesome. That'd be better than the band being there, I'm telling you. That's the WrestleMania I want. Right, here comes the Woo Woman. Woo! Mrs. Flair. I won't come back until the crowds are back. Oh, what, live bands? Yeah. I agree. CM Punk versus Taker. I wouldn't mind watching that. I feel bad for Seth Rollins having to marry this cringy woman. Oh, we've got a few anti-Becky fans. Anti-Becky fans? I don't even know if that works. We've got a few people that don't like Becky in the chat. Let's just word it that way. Days, I doubt Goldberg is going to retain the Blue Universal title, as he won't be able to jackhammer the replacement to Roman. Yeah, I don't know. I think that whoever replaces Roman, which I think we all know who it is, but I'm still not going to say, I think that person will win. Because I don't think the plan was for Goldberg to stick around. They skipped the entrance. They skipped what entrance? Becky's entrance. What entrance? I don't think Becky's come out. Was Becky the last one to come out? I think Ronda might have been the first. I meant Nikki is on SmackDown and Killian is on NXT. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, they weren't originally, were they? They, didn't they call up Sanity and they had Sanity, Nikki on the same brand, I think? Because we were all hoping that Nikki would join back with Sanity. But they just didn't want to go that way. Rusty Shackleford, shout out to you, my friend. Someone else that I keep saying, you don't need to do that, but no one tells Rusty what to do. We learnt this a long time ago. No one tells Rusty what to do. So, shout out to Dan the Money Tree T. Shout out to Rusty Shackleford 360. Thank you for the support, my friend. And thank you to everyone that joins us on these streams. This is a match I have not seen since last year's WrestleMania. I've seen this match once. I remember the match was all right. I remember that it kind of just seemed to get started. Just seemed like, they were settling down. They were finding their feet. There was a few nice moments. I think even during the WrestleMania watch-along, I was like, right, here we go. Things are happening now. And there's a few little moments. And then bang, the finish just came out of nowhere. And it's such a weird finish. Because Becky and... Well, should I say? I don't know if I should say if people haven't seen it. Let's just leave it that it's a weird finish because we're going to watch it anyway. In case there's people watching that haven't seen. I wonder who wins? Days, can you read this message? The Rock is threatening to hack your live stream and everyone on the live stream. Well, that wouldn't be very kind of The Rock, would it? I've always been suspicious of him. Amanda Catherine, happy birthday to you, my friend. Hope you have a very, very good day. Days, I'd rather watch that Undertaker promo on loop than watch this match. Yeah, I've given up criticising them for replaying matches. Although we do get to look at Becky's nipples, don't we? In all fairness, I don't know why during the main event of WrestleMania they were so obviously on display, but Every cloud. This may not have been the best match, but it was historic, says Robin813. I totes agree. Nail says, spot me in the crowd. I was wearing a Shane O'Mac shirt. Was you there? I didn't know that you was there. Shout out to Nails and NY, who is in the crowd wearing a Shane O'Mac shirt. Coaster Maniac says, Days, I sent you a pic of my view I had of this. Okay, I am once again, drowning in, let's have a look. Drowning in pictures. Let's have a look and see. Oh, hello. New picture from Kyle Scarborough. Can we see that image that's just been tweeted out? Can you see that fiend face down in the corner? Kyle, who is going to be on the Insiders podcast. I think the interview with Kyle. So Kyle is the person that makes or helps design all of the Fiend's masks and like the Fiend persona and everything. He works very closely with Bray. The Insiders have actually got an interview thanks to Jody. Jody's managed to set that up. Managed to get that sorted. And they're going to be talking to... look at them strikes. Those strikes coming in from Ronda. And you can see the damage that did. Becky getting knocked to the outside. Oh, look at those kicks. Look at those kicks from Ronda. She has just used her fists and knocked Becky to the outside. The kicks have taken Charlotte to the outside. Look at that. Picking up Becky. Slamming her into the barricade. Oh, come back. I miss you, Ronda. I love you, Ronda. Here we go. Look at that. Look at that. I will retweet that out, but that is a new image that's been sent out by Kyle Scarborough. And just kind of teasing. That is nice. I'll retweet it now. I'll retweet, and the crowd say Bo Selector. Where's this bit? I came on to see your view. I'm struggling to see your view. Unless did you DM it me? Oh, there. Oh, that's interesting. That was Coaster Maniac's view. Look at that behind the stage. Wow. So could you see the wrestlers there going? Coaster Maniacs, did you see any wrestlers at all, like behind the stage? Were they clearly visible? Like, could you see them going up those steps or anything? Let me know. I'd be interested. I didn't know there were seats that were like that kind of view. You can still see the ring, in all fairness. Interesting. Days, will Bianca get called up with Montez? Yeah, I'd imagine that they'll end up putting her on the same brand. Right, I need to go back down. Days, prediction for Shayna versus Becky. What if Ronda returns and costs Becky? Yep. Absolutely. I'm expecting Ronda. They keep saying, Steph has been saying for a long time, she's coming back. She's on the way. She's still under contract. I think there was like a 2-year contract or something. The first year was full-time. Second year was part-time. But after WrestleMania last year, she was toying with taking a break and starting a family, and I don't think she's done that. But she's due back. She's due back, and it wouldn't surprise me if she came back at WrestleMania. Dave's thoughts on the AEW TNT Championship? Yep, there used to be one. I'm fine with it. I just think it needs to be a better belt than it used to be. And I think people have been clamouring for a mid-card title, so again, makes perfect sense. Shout out to C Wrestling, that I can see is in the chat. Delanio says, I hate WWE. Why did they have to show this match? I think it makes sense that they show this match because this match is the match that is going to help show, how far the women have come. This was the main event of last year's WrestleMania, so, gives all of those casual fans a good idea of what WrestleMania is going to feel like. mean, not that it's going to feel like this because it's not in a stadium and it's not got a crowd, but they're trying to get across how big WrestleMania is, you know? WrestleMania is this weekend. Look what last year was like. Now, granted, this year's not going to be that way, but don't tell anyone. And obviously it shows us Becky, who's one of the biggest people in the company. It shows us Charlotte, who's one of the biggest people in the company. Does it tease Ronda? I don't know. So, if there was going to show something tonight, this would have been the match I would have said, and I did say that I thought if they were going to show us something, it would be this. For those reasons. Right, let me jump down into the chat. Days, imagine Seth and Becky as a heel couple like Edge and Lita. That'd be great. That'd be awesome. Scals Yanks 24 says, why show this when they're replaying WrestleMania 35 on Sunday? Are they? Are they replaying WrestleMania 35? That's a bit silly, isn't it? Or are they replaying it? Are they replaying it before 36? In all fairness, they've been doing that. They've been showing us matches from WrestleMania 30. They gave us Brock Undertaker, and then they showed it 2 weekends ago. And then they showed us Cena. No, what was it? I can't even remember. Triple H Roman. And then they showed us the full event weekend just gone. So I think maybe it's working as a bit of an advertisement. Like, look, if you're enjoying this, we're going to be showing the whole event this weekend. So I think it's serving several purposes. Jody Gilly says, Kyle just posted a new teaser. Yes, just saw it, bud. Thanks for letting us know. Let's go. It looks cool, doesn't it? It's like an empty kind of room with a Fiend kind of face in there in the bottom corner. Vegan says, I know Sonny, pretty horrific. Ronda was lucky, all things considering. I'd probably agree about a non-women's ME, if not for Ronda. Main event, if not for Ronda. But it was inevitable that we would get a women's main event that year or next. I feel Becky's popularity and Charlotte's status would have been enough. Yeah. Days, will we get band entrances via Skype? I hope so. Jim Gore, shout out to you. PewDiePie videos. Is John Cena fighting? John Cena's having a match against The Fiend this weekend in a... Well, I say The Fiend. We don't know if it's The Fiend or if it's Funhouse Bray. In fairness, I'd imagine you'll see both. I'd imagine that it might start off with Funhouse Bray, but you're going to see The Fiend at some point. It's a Firefly Funhouse match, so should be awesome. BT Sport had a behind-the-scenes look at Mania from a few years ago, which had the triple threat between Sasha, the Woo Woman, and Becky. We were watching that show yesterday, WrestleMania 32. Nice. Look at that mark on the leg of Ronda. Look at Ronda as well, man. You gotta say I am a Ronda stan. I'm not even going to apologise for that, but really giving her all here. Look at that, upside down, trying to get a draping arm bar, drop kick, and Ronda to the outside takes a bump on the edge of the ring. She kind of like gets power bombed to the outside of the ring. You can see some of the marks on her legs as well. Spoiler, I will be at WrestleMania and I will be the only person in the audience. Liam Costa says, what's up, Days? Hope you're doing well. I'm excited for tonight, even though go-home shows are normally terrible. I definitely don't want to watch this again. Do you know what? It's really weird, right? But I don't remember this match being that great, okay? But again, going into it, watching it right now, knowing that this match wasn't that great, I don't know if it wasn't great or just didn't live up to the you gotta admit, the expectation was huge. Do you know what I mean? First women's WrestleMania main event. Ronda Rousey, the man, the Woo Woman. You know, you've got all of them in that big main event. It's big expectation. The weight of history that was on this match was huge. And I don't know if it was the finish that kind of seemed to go a little wrong or whatever, but it didn't quite live up to it. But watching it here, watching it now, it's kind of like, this is all right, you know. I'm kind of enjoying what I'm seeing. Nice little roll through, and again, look at that, looking for the armbar. Becky desperately trying to prevent it, and Charlotte having to make the save, knee to the side of the head. So, yeah, I'm enjoying this the second time more than I was the first. Moda says, Days, what if Dan, Rusty, and I were to join forces as the new Mega Bucks team and have titles that would put the $1 million title to shame? You could do that. Sean says, if WWE insists on a 5-6 hour WrestleMania, 2 nights could be a good thing every year. I agree. The Crude Guy says, Days, do you love Hell in a Cell? I don't mind Hell in a Cell. It's not my favourite. I don't lose my mind when we're going to get a Hell in a Cell match, because I've seen a lot of bad Hell in a Cell matches. It's been a lot of Hell in a Cell matches that have been all right, you know. I don't know why. I think it's because we've just had too many. By and large, they tend to be good. Like New Day Usos, that was brilliant. Really enjoyed that. But yeah, some of them can be a bit hit and miss, you know. So I don't lose my mind when we get a Hell in a Cell match, but they're all right. They're fine. I just wish there wasn't Hell in a Cell pay-per-view. I think that's my problem. I think when you've got a Hell in a Cell pay-per-view, it means that you can get a lot of so-so ones. You should have them when a feud needs it. You know, when a feud has got to the point where the only match that you can do is Hell in a Cell, you know, then that's when we should have it, rather than it having its own pay-per-view show. Vegan says, Ronda transitioned better than anyone could have hoped. She had the best year of almost anyone past or present, parallel to the likes of Hart in 97, Austin in 98. Just a shame the end was somewhat anticlimactic. Yeah, I don't think it was meant to go that way. I really, really think that it was meant to be a different finish. And I wonder, and I'm just speaking out loud, I wonder if we've not seen Ronda for the past year because she's been peeved off. That was a big stage. And the way this match finishes, and the person that takes the L, the person that ends up getting counted 1, 2, 3, I don't think was the person that was meant to take that L. I don't think it was meant to go down that way. So, I just wonder if she was annoyed and angry, and maybe that explains why she's been away for so long. I'd parallel Ronda to Kurt. Days, what do you think would have been the secret revealed by Ramblin' Rabbit about the Fiend's weakness? I think it could have been the mask. I would like to think it was the mask. I would like to think the secret is that if you take the mask off and Bray's face is revealed to the sunshine or whatever it might be, to, you know, his Bray's face is exposed. It's probably a better way of putting it. Then you know, his darkness can't consume him, or there's a moment where his darkness, you know, is temporarily stunned or something along those lines, and it just gives you the opportunity to get the advantage and get the win. I kind of feel like that makes a lot of sense. I think it makes a lot of sense. But I just don't think they could tell that story. I don't think they could tell that story because I think Vince changed his mind on the finish to Super Showdown that upset us all. Jody Gilly says, the words in Kyle's tweet translate to "you stay." There we go. Interesting stuff. Thank you, Jody. Jim Gore, shout out to you. PewDiePie videos, please. Please tell me, show the real ring on TV. I don't know what you mean. Please tell me show the real ring on TV. LSW says, Days, I think SummerSlam will be this year's Mania in a way. Yeah, I can see that. The only thing is, I think they've already got the venue for SummerSlam, which I can't remember where it is. I want to say maybe let me look. There's no point me guessing. I can just go on Google. I'm sat in front of a computer. SummerSlam 2020. I'm sure they've already got the venue sorted for that and tickets on sale and everything. Live in Boston. The hottest promotion this year is coming to the TD Gardens in Boston. SummerSlam 2020. So there we go. SummerSlam is coming from Boston at the TD Garden. So what can that hold? I'm guessing I think they have Raws in the TD Garden. 20,000. 20,000, so it can hold 20,000. So it's not a stadium. It's not going to have that big outdoor feel, unfortunately. So look, it is what it is. But yeah, the TD Garden. Kick to the face by Becky. Boston. Scouts Yanks. That was quick. That was quick. If Fiend beat Goldberg, we'd all be sat here complaining that he's about to lose to Roman. Instead, we're hyped for the match with Cena. It was a good decision by Vince. I disagree. I think that you could take the title off him before WrestleMania if you wanted to do that, but I don't see why it couldn't have been done in a triple threat. I don't understand why he had to lose clean. There's a lot I don't understand. I'm hyped. I agree that I'm hyped about the match with Cena, and I agree that I'd be sitting here complaining he's about to lose it to Roman. But I think the way that he lost it, it didn't need to be that way. Yeah, it just absolutely didn't need to be that way. He could have beaten Goldberg, and then he could have lost it in a triple threat, or at Super Showdown they could have added an extra person. They could have chucked in an extra person into that triple threat, and it could have been that Goldberg pinned Braun or whoever, and so Fiend loses the title, but he never lost the match. It makes no sense as to why he got pinned clean. Really frustrating finish. Really frustrating finish. And it goes against the long-term booking, That decision was changed like that. I agree. I agree with what you said in the fact that this is a better match. And I don't even mind that he lost the title. I just wish it wasn't that way. DX47X says, Days, I'm going to enjoy the show. So, I'm enjoying the show so far. That Taker promo was one of his all-time greats. I loved it. Stay safe, Days, and follow the UK guidelines like I do. Dude, absolutely. Absolutely. Rusty, what are you doing? Days, Sonny Wolf says, if others want to help me get back my artistic groove, they can. My previous Twitter post about art assignments. Feel free for people to assign me something. Okay, so there we go. Sonny Wolf says, if you want to help her get back into her artistic flow, she's struggling a little bit at the moment. If you want to help her, then reach out to her on Twitter. I'm sure insiders can retweet that for you so people can easily find it. I think a lot of our community following the insiders on Twitter, so hopefully they'll be able to see it over there. Hall of Fame should have been this Thursday. Yeah, it's been moved. SummerSlam by the looks of it. Days, will Ciampa ever go to the main roster even though he doesn't want to? Yeah, I think they'll end up making him, to be honest. They kind of have to go where they, do you know what I mean? No one's going to turn around to Vince and say, I don't want to do that, and Vince go, I understand. That's absolutely fine. Like, if Vince wants him there, he's going. Otherwise, you know what I mean? Sit out your contract. Shout out to you, Jack. Hope you're well. Vegan says she definitely would be peeved. It did set up beautifully for a return, though. You never really beat me, etc. They've broken kayfabe many times before in exceptional circumstances. Could a SummerSlam main event could be the question. Yeah. I suppose. Yeah. We've never had that Ronda Becky one-on-one, have we? So that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. Ronda versus, get Charlotte out the way. Ronda versus Becky. Let's see who's the best. To be honest, I think that I don't know who leaves as champion out of Becky and Shayna. I feel like there's a really good chance Shayna could leave as champion. So, and then like Ronda is going to be around, and we could be building towards 4 horsewomen. So it could be that we're building towards that. So I don't know if we get Becky Ronda, we might end up getting Becky Shayna. It's hard to know how it's all going to play out. I'm not even too sure if they know at the moment. With everything going on and the fact that they can't even give us shows at the moment after WrestleMania, there's every chance they're going to sit down and look at it. So yeah, hard thing to predict. Days, shout out to the Woo Woman. Yes, Days is Edge on Raw. I think so. But with the disruption in flights, apparently it takes like 17 hours to for him to drive. So I don't know. You'd imagine if they taped this around the same time as WrestleMania that they should all be there. So I would think so. Days, do you think Raw is a badass? I don't know what you mean. What do you mean by Raw is a badass? I think if you're going to replay a match, I understand replaying this one. I'm not over the moon about it, but to be honest, I was borderline expecting it. I think we've all seen the shows over the past few weeks. I think we all knew there was going to be a replay of some kinds. So it is what it is. We've had a great Undertaker promo, so I thank him for that. And hopefully there's no other replays and we get 2 hours of content, you know. XDX47X, dude, you don't have to do that. I don't know what it. You don't have to do that. I'll let me put your thank you down here, buddy. I will read your message in a sec. I just want to make sure that I give you drop you a thanks. Thanks to XDX47X. You don't need to do that. I keep saying it. No one listens to me. Do you know how frustrating that is? XDX47X says, Days, here's a small donation from me to you for WrestleMania week. How crazy is that? This is WrestleMania week. Also, my family are coping all right. I'm trying to keep them all positive. A tough thing to do. And keep myself positive because of that's what that family member would have wanted. Yeah, absolutely, buddy. Absolutely. There's, as I keep saying, there's not anything else that can be. There's nothing that can be said. You know, you can only try and focus on the positives, and it's a hard thing to do at this time. Rusty Shackelford says, "I dare you to tell me not to shoot super chat again." Disarmor by Becky. No one tells Rusty Shackelford what to do. We learnt that a long time ago. Days, we know the mission of the Fiend is to avenge those who wronged him. And it involves Roman as well. But knowing Vince, do you think he'll allow Roman to lose clean to the Fiend? Yeah. It's a tough one. That's the hardest one. I think he'll allow anyone to lose clean to the Fiend other than Brock and Roman. I think Brock and Roman are the only two that's a problem. Look at the selling from Ronda, screaming her head off. Charlotte with a kick. I don't know. I think it all depends where we are at the time. I think if Roman's been champion for a very short time, then I would say no. But if Roman's had the belt for a while and maybe it's time for a bit of a change, then maybe Vince would okay it. I mean, The Fiend is still one of their top merch sellers, so Spanish fly. Charlotte with a Spanish fly on Becky. Shoulder up. It's a great question, though. It's a great question. Sean says, Days, Becky wants time off so that she can get married. I think she will lose. Well, there we go. There we go. Hard. I don't know if I can't see Becky and Ronda main eventing if the title's not involved. But maybe she ends up switching brands. I mean, don't forget, on top of all of this, we've got a superstar shakeup. If Shayna wins the Raw Championship at WrestleMania and Becky goes away, Becky could always return on SmackDown, which makes a lot of sense because I'm sure SmackDown would love her. So, Fox would love the man on their show. So, yeah, if Shayna wins the Raw title at Mania, I think there's a really good chance Becky does go away, like you just said, and then ends up coming back onto a different brand. Big boot by Charlotte. We've got to be coming towards the end of this match. We can't be too far away. Starting from scratch says, can someone please tell me what's happened on Raw so far? Oh, nasty stomp. Nothing but, I mean, you missed a killer Undertaker promo. Great Undertaker promo. And then, great Undertaker promo. And then we've just been watching this match, which is just a repeat of the main event of last year's WrestleMania. And that is it. That is all we've had for 48 minutes so far. Jeff Watson, out of work, I can see, my friend, says, what's up, Days? I'm finally out of work and able to join. Sounds like I missed a heck of a promo by The Undertaker. Yes, but it was brilliant. I mean, it'll be on the YouTube channel, and you'll get a chance to watch it. It was a very personal promo. He was basically talking to AJ Styles, saying that AJ was a big fish in a small pond when he was in TNA. You know, AJ clearly saw the likes of The Rock and Stone Cold and Edge and Shawn and Triple H and Kurt Angle and didn't want any of that and stayed away. And now he's only come to WWE because all of them have gone. And he called him Alan, which is his real name. Just like how AJ was calling Undertaker Mark Calloway. He was referring to AJ as Alan. He also said that Michelle McCool did the Styles Clash better than him, which is a move that she had used in the past. And it was very, very personal stuff. Hard-hitting stuff. And not Undertaker promo generic 1.0 that we're so used. You know, the digging holes, taking souls, blah, 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 rest in peace, all that kind of stuff. That we've heard year after year after year. This was a good 5-10 minutes, had real substance to it, was very personal. He seemed to have, he had his bandana, but he also had a leather jacket, and I was getting the vibe that it wasn't the long kind of coat. It was more like a biker jacket. Maybe I'm reading too much into that. But I know a lot of people getting excited that we could be seeing a return of American Badass. This is certainly a very different feel for The Undertaker. That was a very different promo from The Undertaker. This is a very different Undertaker. So, yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Days, do you use TikTok? No, I don't go on it at all. Swamp Manor, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joined us. Really, genuinely, you know I do. Appreciate it. As we watch this Go Home Raw together, I cannot believe, I know I keep repeating myself like a broken record, it's what I do best. I can't believe this is the Go Home show for WrestleMania 36. It just doesn't feel like it. The fact we're getting a replay of the main event of WrestleMania 35, is a little bit strange. But obviously they're not able to give us 3 hours of original content at the moment. We're just having to sit through this. But hopefully the rest of the show is going to be original stuff. Days, when is the shake-up? I can't see who's asked that. There we go. CT Dingo says, Days, when is the shake-up? And do you think there'll be any big swaps? Yeah, 100%. Huge swaps. I think everything's changing. I think you're going to see a lot of NXT talent moving around. You've only got to look at NXT, which has lost 20 weeks against AEW in the ratings and won 3 to go. It's that's probably not working, is it? I think we all have to accept now that NXT isn't the developmental brand anymore. If they're going to keep it the developmental brand, then they're going to have to accept that they're going to lose week after week after week to AEW, because the majority of people, especially casual fans, are not interested in Cameron Grimes or Austin Theory or, you know what I mean, these talents that they've never heard of. They want Finn Balor, they want Charlotte Flair. They'll be on board with Johnny Gargano, Keith Lee, and some of the top talent that maybe they've seen in the Rumble and stuff like that. But that's what they want on a Wednesday, and I think WWE are going to address that. I think they're going to move people around, and I think you're going to see a lot more main roster talent go into NXT so it can be more competitive against AEW. They are not going to want AEW to keep getting momentum and keep growing, because eventually AEW are going to switch, and then they'll go head-to-head with a decent fan base against Raw, and then WWE have got big problems, because if AEW take numbers away from Raw, then they've got a problem, because there's not a lot of people around watching wrestling on a Monday anyway. So they've got... I know, like, as wrestling fans, and it's right, we should just be enjoying Wednesday nights, and I do. I just watch both shows and enjoy what I enjoy. But if you look at it more from WWE's perspective, they've got to nip this in the bud. They've got to, push AEW into a bit of a corner and not give them the free ride that they're giving them at the moment. Week after week after week after week, AEW are winning on the ratings and are getting it too easy. Because they've got the bigger names. They've got Jericho. They've got Cody. They've got Kenny Omega. They've got the Young Bucks. They're bringing in Matt Hardy. They're bringing in, they've got Jake Hager, who used to be Jack Swagger. They've got Jake the Snake. It's been brilliant from AEW. What AEW have been doing has been great. But WWE have got to counter that. Otherwise, they're going to have a big, big, big problem on their hands. Becky grabbing a table. I think they've already got a big problem on their hands, in all fairness. Charlie Price, shout out to you, my friend. Days, do you think the Saudi had any influence in Goldberg Bray finish, or a typical WWE booking fail? Vegan, I from the rumours are that Bray was going to win, and it was, as C Wrestling said earlier, it was meant to be Bray versus Roman. And what C said earlier was correct, in the sense of we would all now be dreading that, because we wouldn't want to see Roman beating The Fiend. And I think that Vince knew this, and I think that Vince saw an opportunity to make sure that Roman didn't get booed at WrestleMania. And I'm told it was hours before. I'm told it might have been no more than 5 hours before the match. It was changed. Fiend was winning that match, and then it got changed in the hours before. Don't know 100% why, but put 2 and 2 together, and you'd imagine it's for that reason. The table's set up. It looks like Charlotte's about to get powerbombed through it, but she gets thrown to the outside. Charlie Price, shout out to you. Shane Cowley. What are you doing, dude? What are you doing? What? I don't know why people keep doing this. Shane, I want to say a big thanks for entertaining us week on week. You are the reason these shows are even watchable most weeks. Dude, thank you so much for that. I wish you hadn't. Obviously, let me drop your name at the bottom of the screen. Absolutely incredible. Thank you, Shane Cowley. Shane Cowley. Shout out to you, buddy. Absolutely. There's not even words for that. I never know how. I can't react to anything like that. I can never say anything to those kind of donations, because they're mind blowing. All I can say is thank you. I really, really appreciate it. All the support that you guys give to the channel. It's an absolute pleasure for me to do this, because these are shows that I would watch anyway. And I always wanted to kind of share my thoughts and opinions, which is why I try to be honest about my thoughts and opinions, and I try to do it in like a respectful way. And if you don't agree with what I say, then I hope that I want you to counter it in the chat, and that's why I like to support the insiders, because I want you to have a voice. I want you guys to get mentions over there and shout outs over there, and I want you to record your thoughts and send them to the insiders so that they can play your thoughts. I want that to be a platform where you can express yourself, giving a voice to the voiceless in many ways. Because for a long time, I know what it was like. I was watching wrestling with, someone that wasn't interested, and I would go on Twitter and I'd share some thoughts. And be like, you'd have a rant or something. Yeah, why has Vince done this? Blah, 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 blah. And you'd send it off. And it'd get no likes, no retweets. No one would even notice what you'd said. And do you know what I mean? I was quite fortunate in a way that I could go to work at that time. This was before the channel. And I could talk to people at work about it. And I could rant and rave there instead. And at least I felt like someone there would listen, and then they could rant and rave back. But that's why I love this like community that we're able to do this. But I am always conscious that I'm saying things that a lot of people will disagree with, and that's absolutely fine. But that's why I'm desperate. I hope that if you don't agree, you're saying it in the chat, because I won't think any less of you. This is an open forum, an absolute discussion for us to have. So Shane, thank you, buddy. I love doing it, and I really love the fact that you enjoy joining in and joining us. So shout out to you, Shane. That's all I can do. So a big thank you to you, buddy. There is nice timing as well, because there is the shock finish to the match. There is the moment that Ronda, very angry, man. Ronda shouting her head off. I don't think Ronda was meant to get pinned in this. It's a little backslide. I think that Ronda potentially is a little bit late at getting her shoulder up. I think... Look, Renee Young says, I think Becky got her there. She did. She's already been given the belts, Renee. The bell's rung. The referee has given her the belts. And Renee's like, I think she's got her. She absolutely did. You can see, look, very disappointed. I think that disappointment's real. I don't think that was meant to go down that way. I think Becky was meant to beat Charlotte. I think Charlotte was only in that match to take the pin and to get the victory. I still think the right person won. I think Becky was always going to win, but I don't even know where Ronda's gone. I think Ronda's gone straight over to her husband, disappointed. Look, 1, 2. Her shoulders aren't down. 1. No, I want to see that other angle. Look, Ronda can't believe it. Hopefully they do an angle where they show that angle again. And as I said, I haven't seen this match since they first showed it. But from that one angle then, it looked like 1, 2. There's a bit of movement. Looks like her shoulders do kind of come up off 2. Do you know what? I don't know why, but I've never really rewatched this match, and I really want to see that finish again. But either way, I'm pretty sure it wasn't meant to go that way. I honestly believe that AEW could move to Monday nights right now and still win in the ratings. I believe that's more because of Vince's failures than AEW's successes. Same here, Becky. First time I've watched it back as well. Kudos to Charlotte. Kudos to Charlotte for crying just because the match meant so much, irrespective of the finish. Yeah, well said. Well said. Shane Cowley, thank you so much again. I still can't believe it. Yeah, shout out to Alison. Right, we've got a Becky promo right now. Days, I threw a dead Ambrose. Do you mean Dean Ambrose? He is dead Ambrose action figure at my computer when I was watching AEW, and it's the second computer that I've thrown in 6 months. Why? Did you not like something? Days, to be fair, within reason, I don't care what feud Ronda comes back to. I just want to see her back. Yeah, fair enough. Days, does YouTube take a percentage of super chats? Human Detox, I've no idea. I know that I genuinely I don't know I know when it comes to videos and streams, they obviously do. They take I don't even know what the percentage is, but they take a cut, and rightfully so, of course, because it's their platform. Without them, we wouldn't even be able to do this. So, I know that the super chats massively support the channel, keep everything going. It's not something that I ever encourage, though, because it's not something that, like, the channel runs at a point where it survives, you know, it gets by. But I really appreciate it all the same. Coaster Maniac says, did Becky stand there for the whole time? Lol. That's a really good point. Oh, Shayna from behind. She probably shouldn't have been stood there all that time, because Shayna, look. Nice with a sleeper hold. Going over. Choke her out. 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 Becky down. Shayna having a look at that commentary table. So Shayna attacking Becky right now. Oh, look at the strength. Look at the strength. Ah! She just slammed her into the side of it. I honestly thought she was going to powerbomb her. She didn't powerbomb her. She Cesaro swinged her. She Cesaro swinged her into the side of it. That's hard, man. Commentary table didn't break. Oh, someone call the RSPCA. Someone call Peter, because a goat is down. Oh! Yeah! Shayna! 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 Love it, baby. Love it. I'm here for this. This is the content I'm here for. I'll sit through any WrestleMania match you want me to, as long as I get to see Becky getting slammed into the side of a commentary table. Oh! Do King Corbin next. Go on, Shayna. Go after King Corbin. And whoever called Shorty G, go after them as well. And then do Vince. Yeah! Go after Vince. Jesus, could you imagine if Shayna went after Vince? She'd be the most popular person in the world. She'd be like queen of the world. Shayna, Becky, I'm just typing words now. I don't even know why. I'm so excited. I'm just typing words. Oh, that was so good. This is the good stuff. Telling you, man, that was nice. Great promo from The Undertaker. If I've got to watch a match, I'll watch that one. And then a nice little moment there. I think that. Perhaps there was like a nail sticking out, and rather than going to get a hammer or something, she's like, I'll just use the man. Love it. See Wrestling says, hard to see this as a WrestleMania go-home show. It is true. The majority of it has been a recap of the main event of WrestleMania 35, hasn't it? So, yeah, this is the problem. This is why they need to make that big. Do you know what I mean? This is why it needs that. This is why they need CM Punk. They need CM Punk. They need to just hit his music at the end. Even if, right, they've got the rights to the music. So even if he's not going to be there, I'm sorry, but I'd be proper tempted. I'd be like, look, we've got to do something. We've got to do something. No one's talking about WrestleMania. And if they are, they're talking about how rubbish they think it's going to be. We've got to do something to get people interested. Should we play CM Punk's music right at the end of the show? Oh, people will be annoyed if he's not there. I know, but it's tempting, isn't it? Oh, we could always make out that King Corbin did it. I'd be like, yeah, do it. And right at the end, as Brock's talking, I came to see the cult of personality. You'd be like, and that's it. End of the show. Brock turns around all confused. As I look up, right, cut it. Cut the show there. Oh, Twitter freaks out. Everyone's going, CM Punk's coming back. And then he doesn't. I'd do that. I'm sorry. Days, what would be the darker side of Ramblin' Rabbit? I don't know. Some kind of big scary rabbit. A hare. Harry the hare. Do you think that WWE is pushing CM Punk away? I don't know. The rumours are they're not interested. Could be to throw us off the scent, but how many times have we said that over the past 6 years? Guys, they've said CM Punk's not going to be at the Royal Rumble, so he's going to be at the Royal Rumble. CM Punk said he's not going to be at the Rumble, so he's going to be at the Royal Rumble. Wouldn't it make sense if CM Punk came back at SummerSlam? Like, I feel like every single pay-per-view we're making an argument for CM Punk. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not going to do it anymore. Punk won't be at WrestleMania. Maybe if we start saying there won't be a Punk. If we say there won't be a Punk, then maybe there will be a Punk. I just feel like that's what we need. XDX47X. You don't have to keep banging through these super chats, buddy. Days, I love this channel already and all the people that are on here. Thank you all for entertaining us, and God bless us all. Yes, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to everyone in the community. In the words of Cartman from South Park. Community. WrestleMania 24, little recap here of Shawn versus Ric Flair. Two people that probably won't be at WrestleMania. Well, I say that, but maybe they will. Maybe Shawn will. Maybe Shawn will make a little appearance. They tend to bring in some legends. I mean, you know Shawn is in NXT anyway. Days, will AJ Lee come back? Maybe. If Punk comes back and they say to AJ Lee, we want to honour you, yeah? We want to give you the credit that you deserve. We're going to put you in the Hall of Fame and we'd like you to be GM or something. Then I think she would. WrestleMania is too big just for one night. Here we go, look. Aleister Black on the way. Call your friends, let them know. Here he is. Oh, yeah. Aleister Black is going to be taking on at WrestleMania Bobby Roode in a match that literally no one cares for. Shawn Michaels versus CM Punk, WrestleMania 37 main event. That'd be lush, Aiden. That would be lush. I don't think Shayna is a good enough promo to be champ. That's an interesting point. She could do with a talker. Someone similar to Brock. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think promo is probably one of her weakest aspects. I wonder who that would be, though. Ronda was all right as a talker. Ronda was all right. She had a few nice back and forths with Becky, but no doubt about it, Becky was better. I think that was Ronda's problem. Ronda was getting owned on promos, and she was getting owned especially on social media. Her social media game was not as good as Becky's. Becky was getting a lot of traction with her put-downs. Oh, name the jobber! Name the jobber! Name the jobber! What's the jobber called? You gotta be quick! You gotta be quick! Name the jobber! I'm thinking something like J Not Lethal. J Not Lethal! It's Jay, not Lethal. Here we go, look. Get that jobber in, name that jobber. You got to be quick. There's no point saying jobber, just name it. You know this isn't going to be I'm saying Jay, not Lethal. Jay Lovely. How about Jay Lovely? Jay Lovely. Not Jay Lethal, Jay Lovely. I keep saying it. Jason the Jobber. Right, I've put Jay Lovely in as a temporary thing. Jason Kate, that's his actual name? Michael Blackson. Michael Blackson. MVP DAF. Jason Leithno. Jason Leithno. I like that. Jason. Oh, it's dumb. It's dumb. Wow, I got Jay Lovely. Resting Days, you stole my name? Oh, okay, well, there we go then. Credit where it is due. Oh. The Black Mass. Fake O'Shea. Oh, I liked that. I like that. Fake O'Shea. Oh. That sounds like, you know, when supermarkets make their own version of things. Fake O'Shea. That was very good. I would have gone with Fake O'Shea. Black is overrated. I missed that name, the jobber, says Brian Schaefer. You did misname that jobber. Right, we're moving on. Last week, we're having a look at Seth's promo from last week, which was really cool. Bomber SFX says, what channel? What? That Raw's on? I'm watching it on BT Sport, but you can, if you're in America, it'll be on USA Network. Days, what is the point of jobber matches? It makes the superstars look worse. Jobber matches give people wins, give them momentum. I like it when it allows the superstars to maybe show off some new moves, or gives them a chance to maybe experiment with something that, you know, you don't normally see from them, or gets over their finisher. Like, you know, to casual fans, they've just seen Aleister Black win with Black Mass. Now, you got to remember, there might be some people tuning in that don't normally watch because it's WrestleMania season. Well, now they know that that Black Mass is deadly. They know that Aleister Black is someone that, you know, it wins matches. And no one's been sacrificed, you know. It's not as if EC3 has taken the loss there. It was Fake O'Shea. So there is a purpose for squash matches. But they have to be done right. Seth says that you can never beat me on my worst day, and WrestleMania is never my worst day. Shout out to Anthony's Wrestling News and Unboxings. Did I miss the Undertaker promo, Jamie? Yes, it was at the start of the show. CT Dingo says, in Australia, I watch Raw and SmackDown on Fox. That's interesting. Give Black his submission back, please. Do you know, I can't remember it. I can't remember Aleister Black's submission. What was it called? Undertaker versus Aleister Black would be awesome. Vegan says, I'd imagine when this corona has settled down, wrestling will be as popular as it ever was. We didn't know how lucky we were. This is the frustrating thing, you know, is that you look at the ratings for, like, last week's Raw, and I've got a horrible feeling that the ratings for this week's Raw as well are going to be, like, similar. They're nowhere near where they should be for this time of year. The ratings are down compared to where they should be, and it's all because there's no buzz around wrestling. Like, everyone is staying indoors, and they're watching Tiger King, and they're watching Netflix, and they're watching Disney Plus. I mean, a brand new streaming service that's already got 10 million subscribers. That's a big problem to WWE, Disney Plus, because it's going to take a lot of kids and people away, casual viewers away So, yeah, there's a big opportunity right now to get eyes on the product, but you're only going to get eyes on the product if you do something, and showing replays of older matches is not good enough. And we've been saying this week after week after week. You've got to do something to get people's attention. So, I don't know. Hopefully they do. An Undertaker promo is all right, but you need more than that. A lot more. So, I don't know. I don't know what they've got up their sleeve. I fear nothing. I fear that this is just going to be another show. And we're just going to be slowly heading towards a WrestleMania that I think will have people tuning in out of intrigue. But they need to get the message out there maybe a bit louder that there's even a WrestleMania this weekend. I don't know I don't know if the casual fans really know. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Days, put up the WrestleMania poll. I would. Oh, yeah, I can. I was going to say I would if I could remember what they were. But I've got it here. Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look and see. So, on Thursday, I said that we would watch a WrestleMania from the past. I would like to do WrestleMania 1, because when will we ever get a chance to watch WrestleMania 1? And I think that, we could learn a little bit about it, have a little bit of fun with it. So, I would be edging that way. WrestleMania 17 wouldn't be the worst. I think WrestleMania 26 and WrestleMania 33 in particular worries me, because that's going to be long. It's going to be long. Right, I'll put it up now for 2 hours, so we'll know by the end of the stream which WrestleMania we're going to be watching. WrestleMania 1, WrestleMania 17, WrestleMania 26, or WrestleMania 33. So, WrestleMania 1 was chosen because it's the first one. WrestleMania 17 was chosen because it's regarded as the best. WrestleMania 26 was chosen because that was overwhelmingly the one that was getting mentioned the most for some reason. I think it's because people love Shawn and Undertaker. So, yeah, I think that's why. And then 33 won our poll to see what should be the final option. So that's why 1, 17, 26 and 33 were chosen. So yeah, that poll is up now on the Wrestling Days Twitter. Days, I sent you an email. Have you seen it? No, dude, I'm drowning in everything. Right now, with the world off school and off work, and well, a lot of people off work, I'm getting tweets and DMs and emails, and it's difficult for me to kind of keep on top of everything. So I will try and go through, but no, I haven't seen it yet. Days, did you read my last chat? I think I just read it. WrestleMania 26, Defo 17. Days, the only problem is when someone gets beat up before the match, they normally win. So I've now changed my mind that Becky will win. I thought this, but there's been a few examples where that hasn't actually come into fruition. So I'm still going to stick with Shayna. I'm not going to let that sway me. Right. Street Profits and Kevin Owens versus some people, and I can't remember who. Seth Rollins, is it? T1? Dun 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 dun. There's no chairs out as well, which is good. I don't think it needed the chairs out. Oh, wrong thing. Dun 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 dun. Dream Shaborg says, "I wish this Corona would pass." Totally agree. Days, have you watched IT Crowd? Yes, love it. As a fan when it was on TV at the time. I've got I think I've got the box set somewhere. So yeah, I've seen them all. Days, I made a Wrestling Days wrestling arena in 2K20. Awesome. Send me pictures. I'll retweet that out. We got KO Mania 4 t-shirt on. That's nice. Obviously, every time he's at WrestleMania, he updates his shirt. Oh, hello, Angel Garza. And Angel Garza and Andrade, isn't it? Zelina Vega's here. Oh, Zelina's got some unfortunate news. Andrade. Andrade has suffered a serious injury and is medically unable, so they are going to announce this now. There we go. I think a lot of us already know this is happening. This guy is awesome. Well, he's not really a free agent, is he? Unless has he been called up? Great. So added to her list of associates. So Austin Theory. I'm not sure if Austin Theory quite fits personally. She was like, he's not Mexican. Do you know what I mean? Like, she had like a little Mexican vibe going on. I don't know who they could have got. Kalisto? What's Kalisto? Oh, no, he's in Lucha. I suppose it's difficult, isn't it? Austin Theory. Yeah, he's great. He's only had a handful of matches down in NXT. He came from Evolve. And I'll be honest, I didn't know much about him. But he's been putting on some great matches. He's young, man. I think she said 20. 20? Here we go. Look, Seth having a look at Austin Theory. Seth nodding, approving. The Monday Night Messiah's like, yes, I like the look of this one. Daze, can you read my comment? There you go, Elijah. Theory reminds me of a 2004 Orton, a very promising talent. I agree. Shout out to Kyle Sloan. CT Dingo, how do you get the name Wrestling Days? Oh, that was easy. I was watching it with an old girlfriend, no longer. An old girlfriend. That's how I used to watch wrestling. And when I say no longer, she's not dead. We're just not together anymore. But yeah, she. I used to watch wrestling, and she would watch it, and she would enjoy it, right? I wasn't like forcing her to watch it against her will. She was like, yeah, I'll watch it. So we'd watch it. But the thing was, I would always want to talk about it after. And she turned around and she was like, I'm not interested, right? I'll watch it, but I do not want to have hour-long conversations about it after. So I used to have to like watch the show with her and then not say anything. What's the point? What's the point in watching the show with someone if you can't then talk about it after? That's the whole point. So I used to then have to sit there and think about it. And she was the one that said, you know now, you keep going into a Wrestling Days. And I was like, yeah, because I'm not allowed to talk about it. Boom. Shoulder charge by Angelo Dawkins. So Austin Theory is in there. This is giving us a good opportunity. Oh, Angel Garza gets slammed on top of Austin Theory. And they both have to roll to the outside. Street Profits over the top. Days AEW Intergender Dream Match. Britt Baker versus Tony Schiavone. Yeah, that'd be fun. That would be fun. Days, I don't have Twitter. If I did, I would send you that arena. Can I send it on Instagram? You can. I'm very rarely on there, is the truth. But you can, and I'll try and get to it. We're just seeing Drew McIntyre now with his in Scotland with an old Scottish man shouting at him. That's a brilliant story. It was true. That's my life. That is my life. Kate Leah says... Oh, it's gone. Days, can you read my comment? Says Lexi Dalgudis must read bio. I think the sex bots are back. Ah! Here come the sex bots! Here come the sex bots! I didn't know what I was going to go then. I didn't know what I was going to say. I think I was about to start going, sexy. But I stopped myself, but then I still did it anyway. Days, what happened at WrestleMania 17? Everything happened. Everything. It's regarded as the best. Days, I followed you on Twitter just so I could vote for WrestleMania 17. Fury. Oh, wow. Do you know what? That's a really good point. I didn't even think about Tyson Fury. That's a really good point. I haven't even thought about him. Supreme Rose. I was adamant he was going to be a part of WrestleMania. But, I mean, like, seemingly now, with them not being in a stadium and not having that ticket money, perhaps they thought it's better we don't have him. It's better we don't spend, like, millions on bringing in the current world boxing champion, you know, which does make sense. Because, obviously, they're going to miss out on a lot of income on this, so... Days, would you like to see Undisputed Era to Raw and Keith Lee to SmackDown? I don't know. I don't know, because I don't know who's going to be on Raw, and I don't know who's going to be on SmackDown. I don't know who's going to be moving where, so impossible to say, yeah, I want them to go there and them to go there. I'd like to see both get moved to either Raw or SmackDown or whatever, but I think it's, rather than like them going to certain brands, I want them to have long-term plans, you know? Like Keith Lee, what's his matches for the rest of the year? They need to have all that planned. What's his feuds for the rest of the year? As long as they've got that in place, then yeah, let's do it. I don't think that he needs to stay in NXT for too long. It's kind of like people are excited about him now, so you might as well pull the trigger. Do you know what I mean? Like, people are excited about Keith Lee now, so let's do something now. Days Theory debuted on NXT in December. Now it's March, and he's on Raw with Seth. Yeah, I think a lot of that is to do with options. I don't think they've got a great deal of options. This is what I said about, like, it's in Orlando. If they need a last-minute replacement, you know, flights and everything are being disrupted at the moment. It's not that easy to call up and like EC3. I don't even know where EC3 lives, or like, you know, I don't know. But it's easy to call up an NXT talent and get them, because you know that they only live up the road. And also, you know, you can get over an NXT talent. That's going to help, isn't it, on Wednesdays? Because now you're introducing... Shame there wasn't like an NXT graphic and they were talking about this is NXT superstar Austin Theory. The way they made it out, it was like, this is our new signing, as if he's now gone to Raw permanently. Similar to how Angel Garza has. So, I don't know. Maybe Theory's done with NXT already. I mean, if he is, he's going to struggle, I think. Because he's young, and he's going to spend a good few years just taking losses, losing feuds, because he's got so much time ahead of him, you know. They'll probably use him to put others over. He's got a bit of Finn Balor about him, hasn't he? You can definitely look at him and see Finn Balor. Does Seth Rollins kind of look like Jesus? I never met Jesus, so I honestly can't say. CJA32HD says, Days breaking news. New AEW title tournament announced for the TNT Championship. Days, why has EC3 changed his name? I didn't know he had. On Twitter or something. If he's changed his username on Twitter, he's probably fed up. He's probably tried everything in catering by now. Do you know what I mean? He's had every combination of meals that you can have in catering. And he's probably at the point now where he'd rather just wrestle. So, yeah, I should imagine he's got more than one eye on AEW and more than one eye on the end of his contract. I think that's what's happening. I think he's just seeing his contract out. Austin Theory to the outside, look, through the ropes. Nice drop kick. Days when I look at Theory, I see Orton in him as well. Yeah. I bet that new Kevin Owens shirt's probably on sale on WWE Shop as we speak. NXT or AEW says Tyreek Tab. I don't choose. I think both have had great shows. I think AEW has been the better show in 2020, but I think NXT was the better show at the end of 2019. And I think it's a segment-by-segment basis, to be honest. Dawkins is in, picks up Theory, slams Theory up and over. Roman Reigns versus Jon Moxley. John Elite says, Days, I want to see Seth Rollins as a heel champ. Liam Costa says, Days, why are they still advertising Roman? It's because I don't think they've had chance yet to kind of change it, make the new graphics and everything. I thought they would change it here. I thought they would announce it here. But it might be they're going to do it at the actual show, which I agree is bad. But I can't really talk because I've already admitted that I would be playing CM Punk's music at some point tonight to mislead you into thinking that CM Punk was coming back. Because I think they need that kind of buzz. And then have King Corbin come out and laugh at WrestleMania about, did you like my prank on Raw when I played CM Punk's music and you all fell for it? No. Days Kevin Owens shirt is on Euroshop. Yeah, $25. Looks cool. Obviously, it's done to look like WrestleMania 4. But rather than Andre and Hogan, it's got two pictures of Kevin Owens. And rather than saying WrestleMania 4, it says KO Mania 4. Days, what do you think about Killer Cross? I don't know much about him, is the truth. I've seen only clips of him on YouTube as people have been talking about him. He's not someone that's really been on my radar because I don't watch Impact. So I've seen some of his matches. I saw him have a match against Tom Lawler in MLW. I've seen him in a couple of other matches, and I think he's going to be a good talent. Clearly, they're going to use him in the NXT main event scene because he interrupted the Johnny Tommaso segment on Wednesday, just gone. Bring back the Nexus. I think those days are gone. Chalmers says, Days is such a pranky prankster. Yes. Yes, I am. EC3 is the catering champ, says 7-star. I agree. Hunter says, Days, should WWE do another type of WrestleMania once the coronavirus settles down and large gatherings are allowed? Yeah. I think we need a large gathering in America this year. Obviously, we'll still get a Saudi one, but it's not the same. It's not the same. I mean, you've got people in the front row on their phones. Do you know what I mean? So, it's not the same. I think that we need one of those, yes. I just hope people would go to it, you know? They don't do stadium shows all that often in America because I don't think the state of wrestling is the healthiest, if I'm being honest. I mean, could they put on a stadium show later this year in America and sell it out without the WrestleMania name? I don't know, is the answer. Because they can't do SummerSlam because that's already booked. I don't think they can do Survivor Series. Roll up, 1, 2, kick out by Seth. Seth in there with Dawkins at the moment. I think Taker will bring Kane to the Boneyard match, says Kyle. Larry says the TNT Championship seems legit. Swamp Manor says Days Balor should go back to SmackDown. I don't think they've really used him a great deal, have they? In NXT. I was expecting him to be used more. Oh, massive strike by Dawkins. Seth goes down. That was a big right hand. In comes Owens. In comes Garza. Big chop by Owens. Forearm strike as well. Jody Gilly says, Days, check DMs. We've noticed something. The crowd is dead for this match, says Aspect Shadow. They are. They're very quiet. Very quiet. That is interesting. Can I say what's been noticed, Jody? You'll have to let me know if I can say. If not, then you can send a tweet out. Vegan says the fact Balor is not on this year's Mania is ridiculous. I agree with that. Balor is definitely missing. What's your favourite WrestleMania 36 match? Fiend and Cena, definitely. Days, I'm following the insiders, says Spider Slayer. Amazing. I haven't been through in about a day or so and followed back everyone that follows them. I've said I will, and I'll do that after. Days, what do you think of the Fiend versus Goldberg versus Cena? Jody, you don't have to keep super chatting, my friend. I'll keep an eye out for your comment. Okay, so shout out to Jody and Jody's husband that has noticed something on this picture. So I'm going to show you the picture again. So I can tell you that Seth picking up the victory. There's the image that was tweeted out. So there is the image that's been sent out the other day by Bray. And this is what we're talking about. We're talking about, is this potentially Huskus's dark side? We were talking about this earlier. Well, something's been noticed on the image, and it's actually on the tusk. And this is quite interesting. So shout out to Jody for sharing this with us. You can see on the tusk a very obvious H. There's absolutely no reason for that H to be there. But that is a very obvious H that has been added onto the husk. Onto the tusk. I've gone H crazy. So is that H for Huskus? Does that confirm our suspicions? Has that H been added as a clue? H on the tusk. And if you zoom in, you can kind of see it down there on the tusk. So I think that is very, very interesting. We've been theorizing about that picture, and Jody and her husband able to find a H, a hidden H in that tusk. Human Detox says, got to be. Huskus, and the stitch looks like Abby. Those eyes look like Demon Balor eyes. That would be cool. Could you imagine if it is Demon Balor? What did Seth do? I missed it. I don't know. I was looking at that. I know that Seth won. Absolutely nothing match that I cared about. I did not care about that match in the slightest. Days, do you like Eva Marie? This might surprise you. No. Bo Dallas is the real Huskus. I'd love for Bo Dallas to be involved. I mean, look, Jody made an excellent point when we were having a chat in DMs. Jody made the point that Huskus is Bray. Huskus is Bray. Right? You can forget that sometimes because Huskus is this separate puppet, but it represents Bray's past. It represents when he was out of shape. You know, when he was Husky Harris. Huskus is Bray. It represents Bray. So if there's going to be this new persona, then, you know, that there's every chance that that's going to be Bray as well. The cult of Wyndham. Wyndham is the key. That's what they kept saying. Wyndham is the key. That's a clue that we've had before. So I'm totally on board with this. I'm totally on board with it. I think that is the darker side of Huskus. And the fact that little H that was hidden has now been discovered only kind of confirms that suspicion. So some really exciting stuff happening with Bray Wyatt and The Fiend. And I think we're going to see more of that during the match this weekend. What's the Big Show thing on Netflix? It's called The Big Show Show. And it's Big Show in his own show on Netflix. So there we go. Watch it. See you later, Elijah. Thank you for joining us. Days, did you hear Dream Match Mania? No. Days, who is your favourite singer? I don't know. That's a hard one to answer. I mean, like, singer-wise, vocal-wise, I think things like Whitney Houston and Simply Red, I think people like that legitimately have got the best voices. I'm not saying they're my favourite artists, but I think if you're talking about who's the best actual singer, I don't think there's been a better female singer than Whitney Houston. And same with Simply Red. I think Simply Red's got an incredible voice for like a guy. But they're not my favourite not my favourite artist. So I don't know. It's a hard question to answer. If you mean in vocal ability, like Adele has got an amazing voice as well. So I'd be looking in those directions. But if it's like what musician do I like? Bob Dylan. I'm a big Bob Dylan fan. I love Bob Dylan, but his voice is nothing to write home about. His voice is just good enough for him to get by with, you know. But his songs are absolutely incredible. So, yeah, big Bob Dylan fan. I've seen him live a few times as well. He's moody, man. Bob Dylan is so moody. I love him. Days, I've just started watching Prison Break. Have you seen it? It is so good. If it's the old show from like 10 years ago or whatever, then I've seen bits of it, but I've never really sat down and gone through it. Days, I'm expecting Vince to ruin the Funhouse match. I think Vince. Yeah, Celine Dion's a good shout. Kevin Owen says, I think you've just kicked some sense into me. Hello. What's happening? What's this? Kevin Owens promo. Last week you said this building was built because of you.
This place should be thankful for you. They said this building was built on your blood, sweat, and tears, built on your back.
You said this building was built on your back.
I've actually heard otherwise.
I've heard otherwise.
This place was built despite of you.
Days, I'm expecting. I don't think Vince will ruin the Funhouse match. I think Vince has got so much on his plate right now. He hasn't got time to ruin it. He hasn't got time to be involved. I don't know where this promo is going to go, or if it's even going to go anywhere.
Nobody could stand you.
No one could stand you?
I gotta say, Seth, these past few months you have done an outstanding job.
Seth, you've done an outstanding job
Everyone right.
of proving everyone right.
That all you are is an arrogant dipshit. But look,
You're an arrogant dipshit.
my past. Okay, I'm well aware of my reputation as
The language in this is, Getting ever more extreme. Days, Wyndham is Bray's real name. It is, yes. Which is why it makes sense that it's Bray that's going to wear that mask. Kevin Owens says that Seth is delusional. Apparently so, vegan, yeah. You've said that you're a god and that I'm a disappointment. Why would you have your back to the entrance stage? I don't understand that. Seth could come out and behind and attack you. Days, in all honesty, I could see WWE strapping a rocket to Austin Theory, just like they did with Randy Orton. Just needs the right storyline and feud. I just don't think this is the same WWE as when Orton came through. They can't do long-term booking. They can't do it. Kevin says he's man enough to admit that he didn't get all of his achievements on his own. And so did you. There's heard Bobby Lashley and Aleister Black have got a match at Mania 36. They have, yes. Decky says, Days, respect for you streaming through these rubbish times. My interest in Mania is 0. On a scale of 1 to 5, how excited are you? Excited. 1.5 to 2. 1.75. Intrigued, 5. Is that when you got to WWE, you were told that nothing you accomplished before you got here matters. Your past no longer matters, and that will never be more true than come Saturday at WrestleMania. I love Kevin Owens. He does a great promo. When you and I get into this ring together, your past doesn't matter. My past. Kevin Owens says, when we get in this ring, your past won't matter, my past won't matter. The only thing that matters is that it's you and me, finally, one-on-one. This Saturday. So, Saturday night, apparently. So, Kevin and Seth on Saturday. I mean, in fairness, it should be a great match. Kevin Owens, again, looking right down the camera, says this Saturday he is going to be the one to burn it down. Promo was good. I preferred the Undertaker promo, if I'm being honest. I think I like the promo. Very good promo. I think my problem with the promo, if I was to give Kevin some feedback, Kevin, if you're watching, this is free. If I was to give you some feedback, you said that you were seeing clearly now. You said that you just had some sense knocked into you, but then you didn't actually go on to say anything any different to what we've heard before. So I kind of feel like the start of the promo was setting something up. Like, I can see it now. It makes sense now. I think I've just had some sense knocked into me. But then nothing followed. What followed was just a typical, you said that you'd built this place. Well, that's not what I've heard. You know, people didn't respect you. Everything you've achieved, it's been helped by other people. I'm exactly the same. Your past's not going to matter. My past's not going to matter. There wasn't anything. It was, do you know what I mean? So I kind of feel like the start of the promo promised a lot. And then what followed was just kind of a very generic promo. But the delivery was very good. The passion was very good. He was captivating is the word I would use. Kevin Owens there, very captivating. And again, where he's looking down the camera at the end and like really staring right down the camera and saying that he's going to be the one to burn it down. There's some really nice lines in there as well. So I completely agree with the chat. A very good promo. But I think out of all that we've seen, I think Undertaker would still be my favourite because it was such a different Undertaker promo. He actually said something rather than digging holes, taking souls. Jody says, I loved Edge's Rumble entrance. He was in shock. Like us all. Like us all, yes. Vegan says, it went off tangent and it Mirandaed a little. Shame, it could have been solid. Oh, yeah, we didn't get halftime scores, did we? We're about 20 minutes late on that. Do them now. Get your halftime scores in. What do you think of this Raw so far? I got to be honest, I didn't care about the match that we've had. I think we only had one match. I think we've had one match in 1 hour, 50-odd minutes. But I think we have had some good promos. I think the replay that we had was all right. This is a hard one to score. I'm going to sit on the fence and see what you lot say. Get your scores in. What do you think of Raw so far? T. Mrs. Debate TV says, I need some popcorns. All the popcorns. I could do with some popcorn, actually. I might go and grab some popcorns. I might go and grab that popcorns. I can tell you, we're about 150 subs away now from 179. I think we've gained about 100 subs tonight, which is incredible. So, again, thank you so much to everyone that's been joining us, everyone that's been watching. Massively appreciate the support. If you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe because we're back tomorrow for NWA. We're back on Wednesday for NXT and AEW. We're back on Thursday for a WrestleMania replay, and we'll find out very soon what that's going to be. It's actually on the Twitter at the moment. It's being decided by you guys. Let me go down and see. 250 votes and WrestleMania 17 in the lead. WrestleMania 17, 45% of the vote so far. WrestleMania 1, just 16%. I'd be voting WrestleMania 1. Mr. Rotella has voted for WrestleMania 1. I can see a lot of you voting for 17. Go with whatever you want. A lot of people enjoying 17. Whatever wins this poll is the one that we will watch together on Thursday. I've got no idea how many people are going to join us for that. Obviously, once we know which one it is, I'll put out the time that we'll start. It'll be the usual time that we do our streams. So, it'll be like a midnight here in the UK, 7 Eastern, something like that. 7 Eastern, midnight here in the UK, or maybe like 6 Eastern, 11 here in the UK, something like that. One of those times. And then we'll watch whatever the WrestleMania is together. So get over and vote. 250 votes in already at Wrestling Days on Twitter, DAZE. We are back. We was at commercial break. So hang on, what we're doing? We're doing NWA tomorrow, NXT and AEW. That WrestleMania, whatever it's going to be on Thursday. SmackDown on Friday. Oh, what is this? Is this Edge? You think you know me? What a moment. Best moment of the year. Best moment of the year. Edge returns. You think you know me? Days, I'll watch every live stream because you're my favourite YouTuber. Shout out to you, Ryan. Thank you, my friend. Vegan says the promo segments have bumped that score up. The match content was a poor 5. Could be a 6 or 7 off the back of the great Edge segment or good match. Yeah, I see a lot of 6s, 7s, 2 from 006. 1.5 from Elijah, 8.6 from Famous KJ, 4.5 from Elijah, changing his mind. We've got 7.5 from Sean, 2 from Aiden, 4 from Elijah, but then 6 from Elijah. Elijah really struggling with tonight's show. 7 from Johnny Bates, Wrestle Factor 7. Sean was set 9. 4 from Dominic. 5 from Connor Horn. 3 from William Hensey. John Elite with 5.25. 7-star with a 3. Travante with a 4. Lenny with a 2. Monica King with a 7. Abdi with a 7. Lad DY with a 7. Mr. Meme Bean with a 6. Says we need CM Punk. Yes. Well, all I'm going to say is if I was booking this, you would at least get the music. So, aren't you scared of coronavirus? I'm not scared of coronavirus. I just think everyone should play their part. That's all you can do, isn't it? There's no point living in fear. Just keep yourself safe. This Raw has had some good promos. Do you agree? Yes, I do agree. An all right match. No, an all right match. It's just a match that didn't matter. Didn't mean anything. It'd been good if there'd been like a stipulation somehow, but it is what it is. But just recapping, by the way, the whole Edge Orton story. You can see Orton giving some truths here to Beth Phoenix. Look, she's very upset, but she is a bad wife. She is a bad wife. And that's all that he was pointing out. And then boom, RKO. She didn't deserve that, in all fairness. Randy Orton says he loves Edge more than Beth ever could. It's got to be Mania 17. 4 out of 10 says Sonny Wolf. I've zoned out for most of it. That's how bored I've been. Well, look. Hopefully there's going to be a big ending. Yeah. Hopefully there's going to be a happy ending. Hopefully Vince gives us a happy ending. That's all I want. That's all I've ever wanted, is Vince to give us all, to give all of us a happy ending. To this week's Raw. Days, you are brave. I know. Khalil, tell me about it, mate. Very brave. I don't know why, but I agree. C Wrestling says, let's be honest. It's easy for us wrestling fans. We're up all night watching wrestling most days of the week. We sleep during the days. We don't go out anyways. This isn't isolation to us. It's normal. It's very true. Very, very true. Shout out to Brian Rosa. Yes. I don't think he's here, but let's always shout out Brian Rosa. Right, I'll tell you who is here. The Rated R superstar. Lead guitarist in the band U2. Edge. And he's... Let's face it, man. How many times is Edge going to mention he was at WrestleMania 6? Edge says, if you're not a junkie for this, then you're in my way. We have different definitions of the word grit. People see Days don't like it, we're then gonna drop scores. Well, I didn't understand what you meant, WrestleFactor. People see that Days didn't like it and then they drop scores. The people are incapable of forming personal takes. I'm not sure that's true. I didn't not like this show. We've only had one match, and the match was all right. As I said before, it's a hard show to score. But I certainly don't think I've encouraged low scores. I don't think this has been a terrible Raw. But I think there's been some very good promos. Days, when Owens versus Rollins starts, I'm going to mute the TV and have a nap. Okay, Swamp Man. Oh, passionate Edge. Talks about wanting to return every day for 9 years. Edge says I was mistaken, I was wrong. I said that you was jealous of me. You're not jealous. What is it? Oh, you're jealous of my passion? I like that. Edge says you can't fabricate passion. You either have it or you don't, and I have it, Randy.
I make you better. I push you, I motivate you, I light a fire under you, and everyone else sees it, but you, everyone's talking about it.
Someone stop this. Stop what? This promo? Oh, he's touching his face. Edge talking about how he lights a fire under Randy. And he did just touch his face. Coaster Maniac says, Edge versus Randy, grit on a pole match. Yes. Grit on a pole match. A gritted road match. That's what it should be. A road that's just been freshly gritted.
Those voices, they're afraid of this feeling. They can't handle this feeling. What they tell you to do, they told you to make a horrible mistake, Randy.
The voices can't handle this feeling. My mum is at your house, says Maria. Wow, thanks for sending her around. Wrestle with Andy says, Days, do you think WWE will have any big surprises at Mania via satellite feed? I think there'll be some. I mean, they're going to give you WrestleMania moments is what they try to deliver, isn't it? So I think they'll give you something. Hi, this is The Rock. I'm here on set of Fast and Furious 20, and just want to say, everyone, enjoy WrestleMania. Edge keeps shouting at me. All these promos are so close, aren't they? So intense. Edge says you've dug yourself another hole. This time I won't pull you out. Oh, that's a nice line. I'm going to push you in. You'll never get back out. Oh, boy. Mick Foley should be the guest ref for Edge and Orton. That'd be cool. I think Drew Brock is going to main event WrestleMania. Last man standing. That was a good promo. Another good promo. This has been great tonight with the road to WrestleMania. Who had the better promo, Edge or Taker? Taker. Asuka. God, they have worked Asuka so hard. Asuka's like the MVP of this whole coronavirus no fans. She's been on every single week, hasn't she? Asuka. Okay. Her dancing has been one of the biggest things I've seen on social media. She deserves all the belts. Give her the belts. Give her all the belts. How about grind on a pole match? Nice. I'm there for that, Moda. Asuka, yeah. Are they talking about Lita? No. Days, this Mania goes reasonably well. Do you think they'll do 2-day Manias going forward? Wow, it's difficult to say, isn't it? Because they don't have to try and sell a stadium twice. You know, if they're going to put it in a stadium, can you realistically sell a big stadium twice? I think they struggle to do the 80,000 tickets. Could they do 160? I don't think they could. So if you was going to do it in a smaller stadium, you know, like a 50,000 seater stadium, something like that, so it's still got that big stadium feel, but you could sell it out twice, then yes. But I think they already know where next year's Mania is, don't they? And I think it's already planned to be 1 day. I haven't heard anything about next year's Mania, because aren't tickets already on sale? So I don't think next year's is planned to be 2 days. But I think if they get the right size venues going forward, then yeah, they could do it as 2 days. I think 2 days makes sense. The Taker promo is still not on YouTube. It's too good for YouTube. In all fairness, I think they do delay the videos going on. I think they wait for the whole show to finish before chucking it on. Edge's kids on a pole match. Yeah. Why don't they put a wedding ring on a pole? And then if Edge wins, he can stay married to Beth. If Randy wins, Randy gets to marry Edge. Done. That's amazing. That's an amazing idea. Randy says that he would love Edge more than Beth could anyway, so let him prove it. Tito Santana won the first WrestleMania match. He did. Venom Plays says, I'm going to go to Mania next year. Asuka and Kairi are defending their championships against Alexa and Nikki. Oh, is it Liv? Is Liv coming out? I didn't see who it was. Days, next year's WrestleMania tickets don't go on sale until November. Oh, okay. Days, I was supposed to go to Monday Night Raw on April 13th. Yeah, sorry about that, Matt Handy. It obviously is all off at the moment. Don't know when that first show is going to be, when they're back. No idea. I mean, literally no one knows at the moment. Right, waiting to go back. If you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe. I know I'm mentioning it a lot, but I can see people joining us and subscribing all the time, which is amazing. And there's only one WrestleMania week. And amazingly, this is it. Bizarrely, this is it. Right, we are back. Asuka versus, I think people are saying Liv Morgan. Days, this Raw is kind of boring. I think it would be more interesting if the Fiend was in it. Fiend's on SmackDown, isn't he? So, and I feel your touch. Right, here comes Asuka, baby. What's your favourite looking belt of all time? I do love Winged Eagle. The Miz has got Corona. Has that been confirmed? I know that he wasn't well, but here's Asuka. She is half of the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. She lost to, was it Friday she took on Alexa? And now here she is on Raw. I suppose that's the benefit of being the Women's Tag Champ. It means that you can go to any brand, can't you? You're kind of like a wild card. So she was on SmackDown. Now she's here on Raw. I hope she doesn't lose the belts and we just keep seeing her. More Asuka equals happier days. On my way. Love her. Absolutely love her. Shout out to Lorilla. There we go. I probably butchered that name. Have you checked out Asuka's YouTube page? I've seen a couple of it. Namco 003. Caden Carter! Caden Carter from NXT! Why? Why? Who No one is ready for Asuka. No, it didn't take much translating. Wonderful. There you go, Caden. Whoa! Caden Carter. No messing around. So, Caden Carter, up-and-comer in NXT. Hip attack. Who are you? Asuka, I love Asuka just shouting as she's kicking Caden in the side of the head. Round the back, nice. Asuka. Oh, I thought she was going to hold on, but she doesn't. Asuka kicks out Caden. Nice. Springboard. Drop kick. 2. Shoulder up. Went for a kick. Gets caught. Asuka's going to win. Yeah, Asuka will win, yeah. Days, this match happened on main event. Did it? What? Eh? What, they faced each other before? Asuka was on main event. Asuka lock. Done. Done, mate. My opinion differs to yours. I want Bliss and Cross. They're very fun together. If Asuka's going to find herself back to a championship opportunity, then I'd be down for it. But if not, I'd keep the belt. And I think she's too good. But I can totally see why you'd want Alexa and Nikki. I think they work really well together. They were a lot of fun on SmackDown. Oh, she's gone to commentary? Oi! Alexa. Nikki. Yes. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Brilliant. It's just, she's all over the place. Look, she's like a DJ. She's like the best DJ in the world right now. Oh, Matt, I tell you what. Someone needs to get that. Needs to Photoshop her out of it. Put some decks in front of her as she's doing this. Get her like DJ Asuka. Oh, could you imagine that? The Christmas party. Yeah, dropping them Japanese hits. Dropping some of that K-pop. Or J-pop. Because she's from Japan. I don't even know I don't know the difference. Woo! Easy peasy! I'm so here for this. I love that woman. Days, what is the name of your hometown? Stourbridge. Stourbridge. How is the WrestleMania vote going? Good question. I don't know. That is my official answer. Let's have a look and see. 300 votes. That is madness. 300 votes. 17, well in the lead here. WrestleMania 17, 45% of the vote. Huge. Asuka versus Caden Carter. Join the EC3 movement. The only EC3 movement is from his from the dressing room to the catering department and back again. DJ Jamie says DJ easy peasy. Yeah. Oh man, we'd all buy that record, wouldn't we? We would all buy that record. DJ easy peasy. Oh, so good. Guys, join the EC3 movement. Asuka could spit some bars, says Vegan. Liam Costa says, Days, this question is for you or the chat. Well, I'll let the chat answer it. Let's throw this out to the chat. Here we go. How do you change your profile picture on YouTube? That's quite a specific question. Liam, I feel now like you owe us a wrestling question that we can throw to the chat. Don't you just put your cursor over the top of it and then you can like change it? I think it's that, or you have to like I don't know. I can't remember. I don't change it. But Liam, you owe us a proper wrestling question now for the chat. I built that up like it was going to be a big question for the chat, and then I got robbed. You made me look like a fool. Saskia, 100k, shout out to you. Shiva says, I don't like Asuka. Now, I am very respectful of people's opinions, but that is pushing my limits. That is pushing my limits. I can't subscribe to that. If that was a YouTube channel, I couldn't subscribe. Aiden? No, Aiden. You're being led astray. Daisy Boy ain't no fool. Yeah, don't you go fooling Daisy Boy Smith. Which is my new name now. I am Daisy Boy Smith. That's a good question. No one knows how to change it. Yeah, it's true. No one knows. To answer your question, no one really knows. We think go to settings. You should do Hey Google. Oh, look, now it's popped up. Hello, how can I help? It's so eager. You're so eager to help Google, aren't you? You only have to say, like, whisper it and it goes, what? What is it? What do you want? Liam Costa, I want a question. I want a wrestling question now, because, like, you've left us all hanging. You're like, Days, this is for you or maybe for the chat. How do you get some followers on Twitter? Eva Marie is better than Asuka. Mate, you're drunk. Have an early night. Jim Gore says, how much tea can Mr. T tea if Mr. T could make tea? Big question. If you had to take one person to become a single star out of a faction, who would it be? Good question, Chalmers, but I don't want that question from you. I was led astray by Liam Costa, and I want Liam Costa to redeem himself. He's probably off, though, trying to change his profile picture. Joaquin says, Days, I like Eva Marie more than Asuka. Why is everyone trying to upset me? Why have we slipped into an upset Days segment of the stream? Days, you don't get no question. You didn't answer the one thing that you've been asked. That's true. I don't know how to change it. I don't know. I'd have to go into it and have a look. This isn't... I'm not YouTube technical support. Am I? This isn't technical support Days. This is wrestling Days. You must be having a little bit of bubbly if you think Eva Marie is better than Asuka. Oh, here's Rhea. Rhea Ripley. Just having a little stroll. Oh. Got kicked by Charlotte. Rhea Ripley. Hey, rookie. I'll see you at WrestleMania. Woo! Ah. Poor Rhea of Doom. With her spikes. Legion of Ripley. Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. You'll see me at WrestleMania. Question, how bad is Asuka? She's super bad. Super bad. Wow, this is brilliant. I've been stood up by Liam Costa, haven't I? Liam Costa has jumped in, asked us a technical question about YouTube, and then left. Unbelievable. Oh, here we go. Look, Liam, I was just saying what a great person you was and how you'd never abandon us. Liam says, oh, sorry, my bad. Here's the question for you and the chat and everyone. Out of everyone in NXT, who would you like to see move to SmackDown? There we go. There's the question, guys. Who would you like to see moved from NXT to SmackDown? Are we watching another match? Are we watching Rey Mysterio versus Brock Lesnar now? On the Go Home episode of Raw with 38 minutes left. Vince McMahon's just come walking out. Here's Vince. Vince is on screen. Ray Doinkio. Ray Doinkio is here. Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon. $619. Keith Lee, Pete Dunne, Rhea Ripley. Lots for Keith Lee. Lots for Undisputed Era. Shout out to Sherry Ann. Hey Days, what's happening on Raw? Well, I'll tell you what's happening on Raw. A match that's very similar to one we saw at Survivor Series. Rey Mysterio versus Brock Lesnar. Rey Mysterio dressed as Joker, which I understand because it was a big film and it's a nice reference, but he does look like a clown. It's not a great look when you're about to face Brock Lesnar. Do you know what I mean? I mean, look at Brock. Look at Brock smiling and laughing. Undisputed Era. Days, how do you think they're picking these replay matches? I think they're looking at the matches at WrestleMania, thinking, right, we need to show what Brock is capable of. We need to show what Becky and Charlotte can do. We need to show what The Undertaker can do. So they're just looking to see how can they promote people that are in key positions at Mania. And of course, Brock looks great in this match. He was a clown, so it's fitting. Shout out to this guy. Looks more like Doink. Who hasn't seen the McIntyre promo on WWE channel? Is that the one where he's in Scotland? Rey Mysterio versus Brock Lesnar. I'm still waiting for Mattel to release this, Ray. It takes them a year, doesn't it? So I wouldn't be expecting it until very end of this year, early 2021. Days, I'm not actually watching Raw. Is Vincent Kennedy McMahon on right now? Let's say yes. Let's say yes. Let's say yes. Come on, Days. I've loved you for years. You know I would never stand you up. You're not my Twitter picture for nothing. That's true, actually. Liam Costa's picture is me and him when we met each other at Wrestling Shop Live. It's very cool. Very cool. Johnny Bates says, an old Scottish man shouting at Drew. Yes. Which is how it should be. I mean, that will motivate anyone to do anything. If you go to Scotland, find an old Scottish man and get him to shout at you, it is going to work wonders for your motivation. It's exactly what Rey Mysterio needed here. Rey Mysterio needed an old Scottish man to shout at him. Ray rolling out of the ring, grabs his white bar. This is an angry clown. This is a very angry clown. Brock goes out the ring. Easy busy. Shout out to Ashton. Hope you are well. Hector says, why did you put Vince McMahon? Because Vince is a clown. Have you not seen his booking? And that's exactly what we've got in the ring. Oh, Lesnar catching Ray. I'll change it if it upsets you. All you Vince McMahon fans out there. All you fans of rubbish booking out there. Rey Mysterio. Brock Lesnar from Survivor Series. This match won't take long. I can't remember how long this match was. I think it went a little while because doesn't Dominic get involved? I think Dominic gets involved. I mean, sorry to spoil it, but... right, we've got just over half an hour to go. We will stick around for 15 minutes after, so all in all, we got 45 mins. We got 45 mins. Braun Strowman will face Goldberg at WrestleMania. Well, we don't know that, do we? Because it's Roman, and there's rumours that Roman might not make it. So it could be that Roman gets replaced. Will it be Braun? Will it be Matt Riddle? Will it be Linda? Will it be Goldberg's son that he held in the ring? I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. Days, apparently Vince was in an adult film. Wow, there we go. Horrific. Horrific. Hopefully that is not one I ever stumble across. I said stumble. No spoilers, guys. Yeah, no spoilers, guys. Days, Taco Bell sounds. Taco Bell sounds? I don't even know what that means. Days, the very first show with fans back will be loud and electric, and WWE should make it very exciting. I agree. Good try, Days. You lost it at Goldberg's son. Well, I tried. If Drew is in Scotland training, how's he going to face Brock with the travel ban? That's a really good point. I think the old man is going to carry him. He's going to carry him and they're going to put, like, underwater scuba suits on. He's going to run all the way over. I don't know how far it is from Scotland to Florida. Half an hour? Half an hour run? Don't know. Shout out to Thomas McGinley. Linda versus Goldberg. Book it. Days, can you give me in my hometown of Hammond, Indiana a shout out? Sure. Carmen Live 2. You're the only person that asks for hometown shout outs, so I don't even feel like I need to look at the name anymore. But shout out to Carmen Live 2. Imtiaz is here. Days, I said stumble comedic genius. Shout out to you, buddy. Days, how do you feel about WWE potentially putting face... Oh my God, thank you for asking me this. Coaster Maniacs. I actually wrote out a tweet and I didn't bother sending it in the end. I don't know if you've heard this news, but for future Raws and SmackDowns, to give it a bit of atmosphere, they're thinking of putting streamers, yeah, fans that stream, around the edge of the screen, okay? So that it provides a bit of atmosphere. And I don't know how they're going to do it exactly. I don't know if they're going to, like, put the volume on a different one, or if the voices are all going to just merge, or I don't know, right? I don't know how they're going to do it, but they've shown an image of Raw in the middle with around about 20 people on the outside. Now, as someone that's got a good relationship with WWE, I mean, they've invited me to Raws. They've, kindly sent me that box of stuff from Euroshop. I'm in WWE Kids magazine. And as someone that streams regular, like very regular, I would kind of think that there's an outside chance that they might include me. Hello, we got a Fashion Files. Is Fandango back? I love Tyler Breeze. Sweatpants. Fandango says to Mick Foley, you make me sick. Breezy, write up the ticket.
You want to know why I can't write him the ticket?
Why is it what's under the jacket?
Because I like his style.
Because I like his style? Oh, it's a Snickers advert. That was great. A Fashion File. I haven't seen one of them in forever. Anyway, let me finish my thought. So, as someone that streams a lot, has a good relationship with WWE, I think there's an outside chance that they could get in touch and say, look, would you like to be one of the people that takes part? I'm not saying they're going to do that. I'm just saying there's an outside chance. So, let me be the first to say, it's horrific. It 1000% should not happen. It looks awful. It would sound awful. It wouldn't work. You're not gonna be able to capture and recreate an atmosphere of thousands by having 25 people around the screen, and 25 people like me that are going to be talking. Not like we're not sitting here going, oh. Unless that's what they want us to do. You know, unless that's what they say. We don't want you saying words. Can you just make noises? When people come out, can you cheer or boo? Like, maybe I could see that a little bit more, but then why do I need to see their faces? Why do I need to see people around the screen going, yeah! Boo! Ooh! Get out of town with this stupid idea. Stupid! Ridiculous. Into the ring post goes Rey Mysterio. Days, remember when you was on WWE Backstage? That was ridiculous as well. Mysterio just leaped over the table. Ooh! Yeah! Why do you want to see a load of people around the outside of the screen going, wow! Ooh! You know what I mean? Surely people don't tune into this for that. We like to have a laugh and a joke and interact and talk and have conversations and I like what they're doing there. Don't like what they're doing there. If you're going to have 25 people having their own conversations, it's just going to be a noisy mess. What I would say, if there was a way of them getting like 100 people to if they said, look, don't just make noises, yeah? Oh, German onto that poll. Just make noises, just cheer, boo, all that kind of stuff. You can't even start chants because you're not going to hear each other, are you? So you can't start a "This is awesome" unless you're just going to have one voice. This is awesome. Right, so you're going to have to just cheer or clap or whatever, right? If they're going to do that, but not show the faces, I could get a little bit more on board with that. I could get a bit more on, but not much on board, but I could get a little more bored. But I want to see 25 faces around the edge of the screen going, ooh, ah. It's weird. It is one of the stupidest. It's from the same person that gave us Shorty G. I swear, the same person that came up with Shorty G's like, do you know what we should do? We should put 25 strange people around the edge of the screen. Okay. What? Make the picture smaller. The one thing people's tuning in for, make that small. Yeah, make that smaller. We'll make that smaller. We'll put 25 people around the edge of the screen and just get them to share their thoughts. Okay. What? At the same time, so you can't hear anyone. Yeah, well, okay. Let's get them to ooh and ah instead then. All right, yeah, because that'll be amazing. That's exactly what people want to see. It's ridiculous. So yeah, as you can see, I'm very much on the fence with that idea. Make fiendling noises. 25 minutes ago. Dave, did you see the commercial with Mick Foley? I did, Stephen. I thought it was brilliant. Brendan says Lesnar is a boring champ. I think Lesnar's boring because there's no one that can match his power. He's just so dominant. They need to find someone that can match his power. They need to find someone like Braun. The thing with Lesnar is he's so when Braun caught Lesnar. Do you remember in the Rumble a few years ago? He accidentally caught Lesnar with a knee. And do you remember what Lesnar did in response? He smacked him in the side of the head. And there's a moment where Strowman's like wobbling all over. He's out. He's like, it's the power. It's so hard to find anyone that's going to bully Brock. and put Brock in his place. Brock's going to do what he wants because no one's going to tell him otherwise. So, I do like Brock. Brock's one of those once-in-a-generation talents that's just dominant. And what can you do? It's why I was so excited for Cain Velasquez, because Cain Velasquez is legit someone that could bully Brock. Cain Velasquez is someone that's beaten Brock in real life, but problem was when they had their match, he had a knee injury, and the match went 2.5 minutes. And I was really hoping we'd get the rematch at WrestleMania, but this time a healthy Cain Velasquez. What about a guest YouTuber for commentary for each match? No, because that's not going to add to the atmosphere. They're trying to add to the atmosphere. I think having Nikki Cross out there, having Asuka out there, having Triple H out there, thought that worked. But you don't need a guest YouTuber to go out there to talk. That doesn't recapture an atmosphere, does it? Do you know what I mean? They're trying to recapture the crowd. They're trying to recapture This Is Awesome and Fight Forever and all this, and booze and all this kind of, maybe not the booze so much, but if they want to recapture a proper atmosphere, I don't know, maybe if there's a way that you could stream your audio, but you can't hear each other, so you're not going to get chants going, are you? It's difficult. Coaster Maniac says, what would WWE do if the fans on camera started chanting AEW? They'd probably switch to a different fan, wouldn't they? They'd probably just switch to a different feed. Days, can you shout out my nephew, DeAndre? Today is his birthday. Absolutely. Shout out to DeAndre. Happy birthday to you, my friend. Dream match, Archer versus the Great Khali. Days, Holidead is going to kill you. Probably not at Mania, because I'm not there, and no one's there. I cannot believe that they're ending Raw this way, or at least running it this close. Dominic's come in with a towel. Just give Michael Cole a WWE chant soundboard, says Jay. They should do that. That would be better. So, just like a big soundboard like this, and Michael Cole can go, wow, can you hear the fans? Listen to that. This is awesome. This is awesome. Oh, they're going crazy at Fight Forever. That'd be brilliant. Or have Michael Cole just do it. Don't even give him the soundboard. Wow, listen to the Fight Forever. Fight Forever. They're going crazy here in the Performance Center. You still got it. You still got it. Oh, they're loving what Edge is doing right now. You don't feel like he's been away for 9 years. Not with a crowd this invested. You've still got it. Nice double 619 by Rey Mysterio, by Dominic Mysterio, Prince Mysterio, Frog Splash. I thought that they were going to get him in. I thought the story was going to be that Dominic was going to help Rey do it. Look, jump on. How is this legal? How is this ever legal? I can't. Was it no DQ? I think it was, wasn't it? I mean, of all the days to try a bring your son to work day, the main event of Survivor Series was a weird choice. But there we go. Bring your son to work day. Oh, and this is what happens. German suplex. Oh, the clown gets caught. Doink down. Doink down. 1, 2, 3. Oh, doink bra. Doink bra. You just got beat bra. Days, what I think they should do is put a video camera in each seat of the Performance Center, and then fans can pay first come, first served to see from... But you'd get a worse view. Like, the view that you get on TV and all the different camera angles, that's going to be better than one static camera. I understand what you mean. But you're kind of paying for a worse experience. I like the idea. I wonder if there's something different you could do. I don't know. What? How about this? Oh my god, this is genius! How about you pay for the seat and then your image is put there somehow? Could you imagine that? Some cardboard cutout of you is created. How epic would that be? I feel like it'd be a very expensive thing to do, but just a printout of your face stuck onto this foam body, and your face is stuck on. You just got to, when you buy the ticket, you've just got to send a picture of you, and then they print your face out, they stick it on, and then it's still got a crowd. And you can look out for yourself. That would be cool. A lot of pointless work, but it would still be cool. Michael Cole, this crowd are loving it. They've all been smiling all throughout. Days, who is Linux? No idea. We never found out. We never found out. There we go. Look, Dominic. Down, Ray, down. It's always bad to see a sad clown. How dominant can Brock Lesnar be? Brock versus Drew McIntyre. I want to know, is that the Scottish man going to get involved? You know, like how... it's a big question, isn't it? You know how we just saw Rey Mysterio and his son? Do you think at WrestleMania it's going to be Drew and the Scottish man that we've just been introduced to in that promo? If you've not seen it, you've got to see it. It's very good. Very good. Right, 1 month free trial. You can get WrestleMania free, I tell you. Free, I tell you. Brock Lesnar. Drew McIntyre. Too big for one night. Bow chicka bow wow. Bow chicka bow wow. Waka waka waka. If Vince was in an adult film, maybe that's the line that came from it. Vince McMahon, too big for just one night. Can you tell I'm bored? Undertaker versus Michael Jackson, yes. The end of WWE is near, says Aiden. Days, instead of cardboard cutouts, they should do mannequins, yes. If only Renee would make an appearance. Aren't all Scottish people angry? Or is it just the accent? No, let's offend all Scottish people right now. Why not? Let's just single-handedly offend every single Scottish person. Yes, every single one of them is angry. They all drink Iron Brew. They're all very angry. And they all love... potatoes. Days versus Lesnar. No, thank you. Shout out to my nephew. I think I did. Did I? Sherry-Ann? Did I? I think I did. Did I? I don't even know if I did now. Days, why did you stop streaming? When did I stop? When? What? When did I stop streaming? Edward says, are you a boomer? Yes. I didn't mean it like that, Days. Well, okay, I'll forgive you. Thomas says, I'm Scottish, and we do love Iron Brew and haggis. I've only ever had haggis once. It was alright, but I had it in a pub. I don't think it was proper haggis. But yeah, it was alright. Well, there we go. Breaking news. William says they love drinking. Rob Gronkowski is going to host WrestleMania. Right, what else? How long we got? We got 13 minutes. This show had better end with some CM Punk music. Touch. Ooh. Love that weekend song. It's great. Oh, here's the main event. Elias versus King Corbin. Yes. That's surely going to be the main event of night 1. Maybe night 2. Maybe both nights. Otis taking on Dolph Ziggler Wiggle. Friggin' Gronk. Who wants to see The Fiend versus Michael Cole? There we go. Austin Theory and Angel Garza taking on the Street Profits. That's coming up. Just I feel your touch. Aleister Black versus Bobby Lashley. I'm going to play with my figures, says The Rock. Guys, don't think the world is going to end because plans help us get through this. Days, is there a pre-show? There is, yeah. You might see, I spoke about this earlier. 17.5% of me is offended by Daisy's stereotype of Scots. I was only joking. Yes, so up there you can see that's when our stream starts on Saturday and Sunday. It's going to start 5 Eastern, 10 o'clock in the UK. An hour later is the kickoff show. An hour after that is WrestleMania. So there's only a 1 hour kickoff show and a 3 hour WrestleMania, but we will start an hour before. I might even be tempted to start earlier than that. I might even start half an hour before that. I don't know yet. Let's wait and see. Let's see how generous I'm feeling. Let's see how much news there is. If there's like loads of news and everything's kicking off and I feel we need to start earlier, then we might start earlier. But, yeah, 5 definite, 5 Eastern, 10 UK. Brock Lesnar coming up next. Tomorrow night, FS1. Well, not even, we've cut off from it. Is it Royal Rumble? I don't know. CT Dingo says, I've got a theory. What if the non-Fiend was actually the Fiend in a mask and the lantern, and the Fiend uses the mask? If that makes sense. No. I haven't got a clue what you mean. Do you mean Funhouse Bray? Is Funhouse Bray actually the Fiend, but not in a mask? What? Thought Roman was scratched. Roman is, but for some reason they're not telling you. So there we go. That's Drew's dad. Is that really Drew's dad? Is that Drew's dad? Is that old man Drew's dad? Is that Drew's dad? That'd be awesome if it was Drew's dad. He's little. I expected Drew's dad to be much bigger than that. I've got a theory. His name is Austin, says Jackson Oak. See you tomorrow, Joseph. Days, please read all of this. I'm going to play with my figures. And I'm going to do a new pay-per-view called Daisy's Mighty Royal Rumble. 150 figures are going to be competing. Shout out to you, The Rock Fan 2020. Shout out to you, buddy. The old man is Drew's dad. Well, look, that's not confirmed yet. That's speculation right now. Let's have a bra or panties stipulation for Drew versus Lesnar. Daisy streaming tomorrow. You know it, Monica King. Florida has got 6,000 cases of COVID-19. Do you think it's irresponsible of WWE and AEW to continue to bring wrestlers here to perform? I'm gonna say something quite controversial. I'm gonna say no. We were talking about this the other day, and let me be crystal. I know there's people that feel different on that, and I don't want to spend long on this because we're near the end of the stream. My feeling is the government did not close down those kind of gatherings. The government gave guidelines. And the government said that it was all right for people of groups of 20, was it? Groups of 50, something like that. Even if it's groups of 10. The government said that was all right. There was not complete lockdown at the time. And I think if WWE are taking every precaution they can, they're, social distancing, keeping people away from each other, limiting the number of people around at any one time, doing everything they can to ensure that they can still deliver a show. I mean, this is why you're getting replays, because they've been limiting the amount of performers that have been backstage. This is why, you've not been seeing all the superstars, because they've not been able to bring certain people in. This is why it's taped, because now it is in lockdown. So I think they've tried to go as far as they can. And according to Triple H, they said to the superstars, if you don't want to take part, we understand. And the superstars were given that option, and the superstars did it. Now, at WrestleMania, Roman has turned around and said, I can't do it. It's got all the way up to WrestleMania, and Roman can't do that match because The Miz was ill. But I think they followed guidelines. I think that they've tried to still give you shows. I think they've still tried to give you WrestleMania. I think they've done it for insurance reasons. And I think it's difficult to say that, they shouldn't have done it. I don't know. It's a longer conversation than we've got time for, but a conversation that we've had before. We got Brock in the ring, and I need to change this. Jennifer Lockhart says, first WrestleMania, too big for one night. Thanks to CDC's limitations and Vince's greed, they had better give us something. Here we go. Brock. It's too big for one night. I mean, it wasn't before, but it is now. When it was at the stadium, it wasn't, but it absolutely is now. It's huge now. This WrestleMania, if it was still happening at the stadium, you probably wouldn't get Elias and King Corbin. It's too big, guys. It's too big. So, Paul Heyman says, on these go-home episodes, your champion is normally Brock Lesnar. Why is that? Because it's in his contract. I don't know. Paul Heyman cutting this promo. How tall is Paul Heyman? I don't know. He looks very red, Brock, doesn't he? Has he been enjoying that Florida sunshine? You know for a fact as well, this is the first time since this started that Brock's ever been to the Performance Center. Brock probably didn't even know there was one. Brock probably thought they were still doing all the training at OVW, where he came from. He's probably never heard of NXT. He certainly didn't know who Keith Lee was. Do you remember when Keith Lee came down at the Rumble and he was like, who the is this? Big boy! Big boy! Matt Hardy just updated a video. He's been straining for a poop. Oh. I tell you what, see, you get all of that insider info. John Cena, Shane Carwin, all getting mentions. Days, why did you stop streaming Champions? Oh, Champions. Stream Champions. We could bring that back. But I don't know if that'll go on to Insiders or if it'll bring it back here. Very passionate, Paul Heyman. Who's against Goldberg? Someone. Ringside talks. What time are you streaming tomorrow? No. This is the NWA is before our stream. They're doing Stranger with Elder Sour, good friend in our community, Elder Sour. So I'd urge you check that out. So saying that tombstones don't work on the day, spears don't work on the day. You can't beat the man on the day. Guys, probably advisable to relieve your stroud. Vegan, please. They're talking about the Claymore kick. Let me know, right, yes or no, does Drew beat Brock? Because I think it was a yes when there was a crowd, but I don't know now. Now there's no crowd to celebrate. Does Drew beat Brock, yes or no? Just simple. Don't need an essay. Just yes or no. And don't put or. Don't try and be clever. Don't, because I would do that. Don't be me, because I would be writing or. Yes. No. Here you go. Yes or no. Yes. This guy says no. Yes, 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 yes. No, no. Couple of no's. More yeses, I think. Yes, yes, yes. Me names says no. Brandon says no. Isaac says no. William says LMAO. Yeah, because you're William, you're definitely someone that would have put or. Vegan, no. We all know that we do that whilst we're watching Wrestling Days. This is getting dirty. Johnny, I said not or. Ah. You're nothing more than Brock's witch with a B. Bewitch. Bewitched. Do you remember them? Do you remember Bewitched? Sailor V. Well, that was rubbish. That was a rubbish end. I mean, Monday night promo. That's what we've had. We've had Monday night promo, Monday night replay. Welcome everyone to Monday Night 2 replays, Monday Night promo. If the promos were good, I'll give him that. I'll give him that. I'll give him that. The promos were good. I think there's more yeses than nos. So I think people still think that Drew will win. I don't know. I don't know. Guys, did you see CM Punk? Oh, no, I didn't see CM Punk. I'm telling you, right there and then, if I worked for WWE, I'd be like, Vince, can I press it? And he'd be like, no. Come on, please, come on. People will freak. People will freak, and your buys for WrestleMania, they go through the roof. Let me just press it, even if it's just the little, the first bit. Just the da-na-na-na, you know, that bit. No. I'm pressing it. I'd be doing it, man. I came to see the cult of personality. And then I'd stop it, and then the show would finish, and everyone would freak out. Drew already won the title. There's no spoilers. I've been keeping an eye out for spoilers. There's no spoilers. I mean, it's all... In fact, not even is there no spoilers. They've recorded alternative finishes. Did you know that? Did you know that? I know a lot of you did. But apparently they have recorded alternative finishes. How amazing would they make as, like, DVD bonus extras? Do you know what I mean? Bonus content on the DVD is you get to see the alternative endings to the matches. So they air that Drew wins, but there's a finish where Brock wins. But yeah, apparently to some of the bigger matches, they've actually recorded alternative finishes. Amazing. You know they will leak out. Definitely they will leak out. Daze, can you say that special word for vegan so that he can relieve himself one last time? The word is... carrot. Oh, that's for you, vegan. Vegan. Carrot. There you go. Just for you. Ooh, that felt sexy. I felt sexy doing that as well. Dominica's had enough. Bye. Dominica's like, bye, Days. See you later, mate. Bye. Do people still use DVDs? No. Days, Keith Lee is going to lose the North American title. I don't know if Keith Lee will. I mean, like, surely he's going to be on his way to the main roster at some point this year, you would think. Big Boy Jose says, this is weird. I never claimed it wasn't, did I? At what point have I ever claimed that these streams are normal? At what point have I ever done that? It is weird. It is weird. Jaden, you're right. It is weird. Have you seen Drew's working out for WrestleMania? Yes. Oh, hello. Kylie's gone and got the old hand sanitizer emoji. Vegan says, I gotta go. My room is quite the mess. Right, can we stop focusing on very strange conversations? Let's focus on what we give this week's Raw. Get your scores in. 6, says Brian. 2,143, says Jason. 7, says Kevin. UFC, says Brandon. Was this the worst Raw yet? Says Brent Lanning. I feel like the promos did save it. I feel like the Undertaker promo, the Edge promo saved it. I mean, did we get one match? No, we got 2 matches because we got Aleister Black versus Fake O'Shea. Did we get more than that? Or did you... No, we got Asuka. Asuka versus Caden Carter. We got... not brilliant matches. Weird because I now need to use the washroom. 4, 3, 7, 8, 7, 6.6, 4, 3, 7.5. Boring! 7.23, 6, 9, 6.5. Promo out of 10, 6, 7, 5. 7.2, 5.25. 6.9, 6, 8, 8, 5, 6, 4, 5, 4.5. I'm going to go with 4 for Raw. Daisy's nicely rounded carrot. 7. Good night out, SW. Don't forget you can jump over in 10 minutes time. 10 minutes! If you're still craving some content, you can jump over to the Insiders Wrestling podcast, where we're going to be talking to Mr. Rotella. So we're going to be talking about NWA. And you could, well, we'll talk about anything in the chat over there. So if you want to continue the conversation, you can jump over to the Insiders Wrestling podcast. 7.7154156. Rusty, no one tells Rusty what to score things, but he's going to give it a 6.5, which I think is very fair. I feel like most of your scores are around a 5. Maybe a little bit lower than that. So, I don't know. I love Asuka. I love the Undertaker promo. Edge promo I thought was very good. Paul Heyman at the end. I don't know. I mean, I'm at a 4 and I'm struggling. Kevin Owens. I'd kind of merged the Kevin Owens promo and the Brock promo together. So I'm at a 4. Was there anything else I liked? Oh, Shayna slamming Becky into the side of the commentary table. It was only a very quick moment. There we go. I mean, look, I'm going to say what I say every single time, okay? I'm going to say what I say every single time. I'm not going to complain about this online. I'm not going to go onto social media and moan about this because they're doing the best they can. They're doing the best they can. Now, You could argue that they could do better, but they're doing the best they can. They still gave us some talking points, and I appreciate that. They still gave us a show, and I appreciate that. So I think my score says it all. And actually, the Phenom says 4.5. Huskus is a Legend says 3. Men One Cool says 4. Men One Cool has just changed to 4.75. That's not the right score. Kevin, what did you score it? What did you score it? How far out am I, Kevin? How far out am I? Let me know if it's not... if I've got my score wrong, what should it have been? Let me know. It's not the right score. I want to know what Kevin's going to say. Where's Kevin? Where's Kevin the carrot? Kevin, where are you, bud? What was your score? Days, is there a dog on your roof? Yes. Days, I managed to get my picture changed and it looks a lot better. Well, there we go. Oh, it does, buddy. There it is. That is the one of me and Liam. Beautiful. Kevin says 7. Can't score that 7. Can't score that 7 because there was nothing that really happened. I mean, you can score it a 7 on your rating scale. If you feel that's a 7, then that's fine. But a 7 on my scale would mean that is around about average, and that's not an average show because, for starters, there was 2 replays of matches, which you have to take into effect. Then look at the matches we were given: Asuka in a squash against Caden Carter, Aleister Black in a squash against Fake O'Shea. So the only one match that we really got this week was that 6-man tag match, which I wasn't really bothered about anyway. We didn't even get a main event. The main event was the replay of Survivor Series. So on your scale, it might be a 7. But on my scale, I can't say that was a... If I say an average show is 6.5, I can't do that. I can't do that. For me, there's areas that they needed to improve. But I'm not going to complain about it because of the circumstances. But that's my thoughts, Kevin. That's my thoughts. If it's a 7 for you on your scale, absolutely fine. Spider Slayer says, I've tweeted about you. Well, I hope it's something nice, Spider Slayer. Vegan gave it 4 carrots out of 10. I bet you did. Are you getting married tomorrow night and in Florida? No, I can confirm I am not getting married tomorrow night. I will change it to a 6 if that makes you happy. No, Kevin, no. No. What makes me happy is that you score it honestly. And if you believe that to be a 7 show, then that's absolutely fine. But I'm just trying to justify why I couldn't go that high, because on my scale, which may be different to your scale, I always say that 6.5 is an average. I think 6.5 is an average show, and for the reasons that I gave, that's why I couldn't give it that high. We're 5 minutes away. We're going to stick around for those 5 minutes because I'm still quite interested getting your thoughts of what we've just seen and kind of gauging how excited people are for WrestleMania. Because amazingly, that was the go home Raw. Raw is the big show of the week. Raw is the big one of the week. So, I mean, SmackDown's a smaller show. NXT is obviously a smaller show. That was the go home for Raw. So it's... Days, I've heard that Roman is going to take 6 months off. I haven't heard that. I was going to rate it a 9, but 7, 8, 9. Okay, well, there we go. I tweeted you. Thank you, Maria. Monica gives it a 6. HD Fishing gives it a 4 out of 20. Resting Days fan said, I really enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed the stream. Shout out to you. What happened to Wheel of Fun? Copper happened. So a new rule came in January, which was all to do with kids, and it means that you're not allowed to make content aimed at kids. And it's hard to know what is aimed at kids, but they said songs, competitions, things like toys and things like that. If it's like really focuses and like, you know, those kiddie channels like You know, like Baby Shark, things like that, that's quite clearly not aimed at adults. So I kind of looked at Wheel of Fun with the WWE Kids Magazine giveaways and the figure giveaways and the song that you sing and the fact that it's a competition and all this, and you kind of go, can I justify that? I have to be able to justify it. If someone reports it and I get questioned about it, can I justify it? And I was like, don't feel comfortable with it. And as I said, those rules changed in January, so that's what happened to the wheel. If there's a way that I could bring it back, if I could change it, I would love to. I enjoyed doing it. It was never a problem. I enjoyed doing it, but that's why. Anyway. 2 minutes till the Insiders start. 2 minutes till the Insiders start. Days couldn't sustain the forfeits any longer. Yeah. I definitely feel healthier. Jamie says, are you going to do a Mania prediction vid? Yes. I'm not sure when, but I will do one. DX47X, look after yourself, buddy. Look after yourself. I am Baby Shark, damn it. And if you heard what I'd say, then you would know I am not for kids. Well, it's true. Sharks are not for kids. Aiden, shout out to you. Days, I gave it a 4.75 as well. Boom. Wheel of Forfeit. I don't quite see the benefit in that for me. If we can justify how I benefit at all from a Wheel of Forfeit, then I might be open to a conversation. But I might struggle to see how I justify a Wheel of Forfeit. We are literally a minute away. I know that Insiders tend to start just a few minutes late, or they have done. So I'll keep an eye on it. And as soon as they start, then we will end the stream here. And then you can jump over to the Insiders. So let me go over and see if they're not live yet. The premiere is still up. This is Mr. Rotella. Mr. Rotella of not the NWA podcast. If you join our watch-alongs, then you'll know that he's a big part of our community. He's a key community member of ours. So I'm really excited to go over and listen to this and kind of find out a little bit more about him. Find out his history with wrestling. Find out, like, what brought him into the NWA, what he sees happening with the NWA, how he feels about WrestleMania. How does he feel about The Fiend? You know, there's so many questions, and I think he is in the chat. He goes by the name of 10 Pounds a Podcast now. So if you're keeping an eye out for Adam Rotella in the chat, keep an eye out for 10 Pounds of Podcast, and then you'll be able to spot him and see him. So yeah, I'm literally just going to wait for them to start, because as I said, we've finished here a few times. Oh, it's live. Yes, the countdown has begun, so there we go. Right there, countdown clock has begun, my friends, so make sure that you're jumping over to the Insiders Wrestling Podcast. Have I actually got the link? I might have. Okay, I'm going to post that. That is, I think the link to their channel, but it might not be the link to the right video, but at least it'll get you to their channel. So you can click on that, go over to that channel. We will be over there in the chat. I can tell you there's just over a minute until that video starts. Yeah, we will be jumping over there right now. Right. Thank you for watching. Really appreciate the support. You know that I do. We are back tomorrow for the NWA. We're back on Wednesday for NXT and AEW. We're back on Thursday for... Oh, I didn't look. What's going to... Oh, I can't go before I say what's won. Or have I said? Have I said? Did I say? WrestleMania set. There's two... Oh, my God. I've got 2 minutes. I've got 2 minutes. Oh, what do I do? What do I do? 2 minutes. Okay, well, I don't want to step on the Insiders. 2 minutes till we find out what the... Oh, it's 2 minutes. Can I wait 2 minutes? Should I wait 2 minutes? I don't know. Oh, I tell you what. I'll announce it in the Insider... How about that? That's pretty clever, isn't it? I'll announce the winning WrestleMania. What WrestleMania we're going to watch. It looks like we know what it's going to be. But I'll announce the winner in the Insiders podcast. Okay? I'll see you over there. Right. Awesome. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.